Yes, hello and welcome back. Corey with SDM here. Welcome to another video where we will be building an e-commerce application. And in this video, we are going to build this whole application with the help of Tailstack. Means we are going to use Tailwind CSS, Alpine.js, Laravel, and Livewire. So if you are new to these technologies, this video is for you because we are going to build each and everything in step so that you can be able to understand what I'm doing and so that you can be able to build something amazing at the end of this video. So this video contains a lot of features that are real demanded features like we are going to implement on how you can add less loading on your data. So for example, when you are loading a lot of data on your system, so you can implement the less loading for performance. Also, we're going to see on how you can implement the real-time updates on your Laravel application. So without the need of refreshing your system in order to see the real updates. So with the help of Livewire, we're going to see on how you can do that. For example, when we are doing the live cart, like when you are adding items to the cart, so we're going to see on real time on how those items will be added to the cart. Also, we're going to add the payment integration. So this video is going to contain the payment integration of Stripe. So we're going to see on how you can integrate Stripe into this application so that the customers can be able to buy each and everything on your system. Also, we're going to see other advanced features like filters, on how you can implement filters, on how you can implement the live searching. So we're going to see on how you can implement those features, but also we have other features that we are going to see, like how you can implement the system with multi-guard. Means you're going to authenticate users with more than just one guard. So I'm going to show you that step by step on how you can do that. So without further ado, let's go dive on this project. So let me show you the demo, what we are going to have, and then we are going to start to build the application. Right, so here is our system in action. So when you visit the system on the landing page, so you are going to be redirected to this home page, which you see that on top side here we have the name of the site, we have a search bar here, we have a way to log in, and the cart icon here. So down here you have the this bar which shows the links to the different categories which we have on our system. Then we have this hero action or hero section of our project with this call to action button. So this call to action button will work with the same with this button of shop here. So all of these will direct you to the product listing. And down here you can see we have the shop by category, where each category has the image, and the one that does not have image, so you are going to show here just the name initials. Okay, so you can see that this is home, so that's why you see H here. This is sports, that's why you see S here. All right, so when the user click on each of these categories, they will be directed to the product listing, but with the filter of category ID, similar way to when the user will click on any of these links up here. And as I've mentioned on the intro section, down here you can see we have the featured product, and this is the product listing, but you can see the product being loaded by using the less loading. So you can see we are showing the skeletons, which this feature is coming with the Livewire. So Livewire gives you the ability to show the product in this way. So this helps you when you are doing the system performance. So this feature help you to do that. So you can see that this data, all of these are just being loaded. So all of these will be loaded when you reach the viewport on the specific page. So when this frame enter the viewport, that's when these data will be started to be loaded. Okay, so you can see now the images will started to appear here. You can see, so we have the featured items, we have the new arrivals, and we have yeah, so we have the featured, shop by category, and also we have the new arrivals. So these are a way of just showing the product listing. So this will be like a landing page or the home page, and after that we have the shop page where you're going to see all the items. So from here you can see that we have these item cards or product card, which shows that this let's say product is featured. Then we have the like when you put some offer here, so you can see that this product someone will save 33%. So for example, instead of buying this item with this price, so now they will get a deal with this price. Okay, so we're going to see on how you can implement this feature. So this feature actually is very easy to implement, so I'm going to show you how you can do that. So most of the e-commerce tutorial does not show you features like these ones on how you can add this rating and reviews. I'm going to show you that step by step on how you can implement these features on your application. So you can see down here on the new arrivals, so we have other items that have been listed. Down here you can see this like a section that shows the things that this system provide. Okay, down here we have this footer which shows some quick links, customer services, my account, and the name of the project. So up here you can see we have the search bar, which works well, but I'll just show you that when we direct our user to the shop page or when you click shop now. So let's go to that page, which is the product listing, and from there we're going to see on how the user will start to do the buying of product. And after that you can see all of these products will be managed by the admin, and the admin has their own side. So for example, you can see this data will be loaded, and on this left side you can see we have the filter for categories. You can see, so it is showing 100 product, and you can see we have a breadcrumb here which shows that we are on home, then shop. So we have the categories here. So now you can see the filter of categories is on all categories. You can be able to sort these details based on the price, low to high, high to low. We have the name, A to Z, then Z to A. Then we have the most popular, which will be based on the reviews. Okay. After that, we have the brand, so you can filter by using brand. But then we have the price range, so you can filter by using the price range here. But down here you see the data are being paginated, means we are not loading all the data, so that the performance of this system will be a little bit enhanced. So that's why we load just 12 data at a time, and here is where you have the links to navigate through different pages of the paginated data. So for now, as I've mentioned, so all of this data will be managed by the admin. So we have the admin side, which is this one, which we've built it by using Filament PHP. So we're going to see on how detailed how you can create this e-commerce application on both of this side, so the admin side and the customer or the client side. Okay, so on here on your front end, so the user will be able to add a product to cart. For example, if now I want to add a product to cart, so keep an eye here. So I can just click on this add to cart button here on this first item, and it will be added to the cart in real time here. Yep, so here you can see we have a notification which says added to cart, and you can see the name of the product has been added to your cart. And here you can see now the item is shown that like we have one item on the cart, and even if the user is not logging, so they will be able to add the items to their cart. So for example, then they add this another item, which is this one. For example, let me add this one. So let me click add to cart. Yep, so you can see now the product or item number 2 has been added to your cart, and now you should be able to see that we have 2 items here. So you can continue to add more items as you want. For example, let's add another item. So you can see if the item is out of stock, so you can see that we have the badge here which shows that this is out of stock, and here the add to cart button will be disabled, so the user will not be able to add that item to cart. So you can see these images are repeating themselves because I've done that for just a demo. So we can just do add another item. For example, you can go to the, let's say, third page. Let's see. So let's go to the third page. See, so the items will be loaded here by using less loading. Yeah, so you can see now the items has been loaded successful, and up here you can see that we are on page 3. Okay, so now you can be able to filter this based on their categories. For example, if we switch, let's say, to fashion and apparel, so means this item should be filtered based on the category that we added here. So you can see now it has been updated. So you can see the items now is not paginated, so means it has loaded only the item that belongs to that particular category. Okay, so these will be the items. So let me just add another item on our cart, and then we can test on how the cart works. Okay, so let me just click on this item. I guess I didn't select this on first place, so let me try another one like this one. So let me click add to cart. Yeah, so you can see this item was added to cart, and these other items has already been added, loaded based on the parallels. So you can see that is the category that we have added here. So now we have 3 items on our cart. So if I zoom here, you should be able to see that the items are added. So you can see now we have 3 items here on our cart. So now let's open our cart and see what we have. Yep, so this is our shopping cart page, and you can see on this page we have 3 items that we added, and you can see all of these items have been added one quantity at a time, and you can see here we see the subtotal of each of these items. So for example, if you want to put, let's say, to add the item of this one, let's say, to 2, so this one will be times d by 2. So let's add one item here. You can see, so now the quantity, the price has been updated, so it will be this one times 2, then you get this one, and then you will sum this one plus this one plus this one, then you're going to get the subtotal here. Okay, and then the shipping will be calculated at checkout. So we are going to see on how you can implement the shipping rate, so how you are going to calculate the shipping and everything that you need to do concerning with the real e-commerce application. So here you can see that in order for us to be able to do the checkout, we need to log in. So if you don't have an account, you can also be able to create an account. So that is what I'm going to show you, and after we create an account, the user will receive a welcoming email. So we're going to see on how you can implement all of this. So for now, let's just not waste so much time. Let's create an account. Yeah, and here you can see this is a registering page, and this registering page, as I've mentioned before, that I'm going to show you on how you can implement the multi-guard feature on your system. So I've shown you that these customers will be stored on the table called the customers, but the admin and the other users will be stored on the table called the users. So how you can be able to authenticate or register a user on the another model or another table which is different from the users table. So that is what I'm going to show you here. For example, this account that I'm going to create here will be stored on the table called the customers. So let me just create this account, and then I'm going to show you what is going to happen. So let me put here some of the working template email that I use for demo. So let me just put here the email for demo. So let me change that. This should be here. Yeah, so this is my demo email, and then let me just create an account. Yeah, so here you can see that we have been redirected to this page, which is called My Account. And here you can see that the name of the logged in user or the created user is here. You can see the total number of orders, the pending, the total amount spent. Here we have the quick action for my orders, my profile, continue shopping, and logout. And on this side, we have the recent orders, where you should be able to see all the orders that you have made. And here we have a way to show all the orders that this user has. So for example, in my profile, this user can be able to see their profile. For example, they can be able to update their names, email, phone numbers, gender. For example, we can update the gender, the date of birth if we want. So for example, I can just change that. Let's say this year. Okay, that date, and then I can update. So you can see that this will be updated in real time. You can see the profile updated is successful, and you can see that this user is a member since this date. And also we can be able to update the password if we want, and then the address. This is important when you are doing the shipping. So let me just update the address so that we can use it when we are doing the shipping. So for example, I can just put something like this. Okay, yeah, so put that, and then let me just put a random number here, right? And then this address number 2, I'll just not put anything there, and then I'll just set it as default, and then I'll save. No. Yep, so you can see the address saved is successful, and you can see this is the address, which is a dummy address. Actually, it's not a real address, so I'll just put it there. And then after that, this user now will be able to receive an email, because when you just register to the system, you receive a welcoming email. So let's go and see the email that we have received. And the emails are sent through the queue and jobs. So we are going to learn on how you can create the queue and jobs on our system. For example, you can see here, in order for the email to be sent, I have to run this PHP @ queue work. Okay, and on the end of this project, I'm going to show you on how we are going to set this on the cron jobs on our server, on how we can be able to run these commands on the server. Okay, so this queue and jobs on how they can run on your hosting system. So now you can see that the email was sent successful. So now let's go and check it on our inbox. So let me open the email on that profile, and then let me go to the Gmail, and from here is where I'm going to see the email or the welcoming email. So you can see this is a welcoming email. So let me just open it. You can see welcome to the e-commerce store, and from here you can see the name. So hi, the name, then thank you for joining e-commerce store, we are ready to have you here. So you can see what you can do. You can browse the shop, track your orders, save favorite, exclusive deals, and here we have the special offer. So you can use this code for getting a 10% off on the order that you do. And if you need any help, so you can just do the query on this particular email. So we're going to see on how you can set up these emails, on how you can implement them, on how you can queue and use the jobs in order to run these automated emails. So after that, now let's go back here. So the user now can be able to go back to the cart. Okay, so here on cart, the user will be able to do the checkout. So currently you see we have these items, and here you can see the user now can be able to proceed to checkout, because before we created the account, here it was showing that we need to log in order to do the checkout. So now we have an account, so proceed to checkout. Yep, so here on checkout we have a multi-step form, which form will be going step by step. So for example, the first step is to do the shipping. So here we have to select the address that we need to do the shipping. So you can use this save the address, or when you uncheck this one, it will give you the option to add the custom address that you want. So for example, you can see here the user can be able to add the address that they want. So if I check it back, it will just populate here the already saved the address, see, and then I have to select it, and when you select it, we have to click continue, and if you have a coupon here, the coupon code, you have to fill it here. But for the first order that this user will make, the shipping will be free, so we don't need to have any coupon here. So I've just click continue to review. So this is the stage that the user is going to leave their review. So here, if they review their orders, they can leave some instruction here, like this is an amazing experience in Laravel. Okay, and then I can just review other things like the subtotal, then I can continue to payment, and here is where we're going to see the payment integration, and from here you can see the payment method that you need to select. So you can select the pay on cash when the product is delivered, but you can pay by using the credit or debit card, and here is where we're going to use the Stripe. So let me place an order. After that, it will load the page for doing the payment. So let's see. Yeah, you can see it has redirected us to the checkout.stripe.com, and here is the page from Stripe. So you can see that this shows the number of items that we have, their quantities, the amount of each item if you have multiple items, and then you can see, so then you have the amount that we have to pay. Then from here we need to provide the card information, so the card number, the expire date, and then the CFC. So to use the testing data here, you can find those data from Stripe here. So when you visit this page on the Stripe docs, you should be able to see these testing details. For example, the testing keys, the publishable key and the secret key. Here we have the test card. So you just need to copy this one, and then after copy that, let's go back here and let me paste it here. Okay, so now this you can see it says that it's a Visa card. Here on the date of, you can just put the month, and then you put just the year which is ahead of the current year, and then on the CVC just put something here like this one, and then we can put the name of the card holder, the country, and then I can do payment. So let me click pay. So here you can see these are the details. If you don't see clearly, so these are the details that I was explaining. So here you can just click pay. So I can click, you can see it is processing, and after the order will be placed successfully, will be redirected back to the system on our Laravel system. So you see, so it is completing. Now it has redirected back to the system, you can see, and this is happening because we have a callback URL, and you can see the session ID, which is this one that is provided by Stripe, and you can see here on our page we have this page which is called the checkout success page, which says the order placed is successful. Thank you for your order. You can see the details of the order, the items that you have on your order, then the shipping address. Then you can have a way to view the order details. Then you can also be able to continue with the shopping. Then what will happen next, this will be the details for the user that you do the order confirmation. So you will receive an email confirmation. Then we are going to process the order. Then the order will be processed. So let's see if we have an email. So you see, so we have a new email which is the order confirmation email. So from here you can see thank you for your order, and you can see the details for the order, the total amount, the shipping address, so the note here. So all of that will be the details that you are going to see when you have an order. So you can see these are the details for the order. Okay, so these emails we are going to see on how you can set them up, and that has been run from queue here, you see. So now let's go back here. We have the order in place, so we can be able to view the order here. So this will direct you to the order page, which is inside the my account, then orders, then you can see that the order is in that page. Okay, so here you can see the status of the order, it is in processing, and you can see the order summary, you can see that the payment method that we have, the order of the order date, the order number, the payment status of this order, and the order history. Okay, so these will be the details that the user will be able to see. So if we go back to the account by clicking here or clicking here, from here we are going to see the recent order, which is this one, and the user will be able to click this one, and it will be directed to the orders, so even when they click here. Okay, so you can see the total numbers of orders, which is 1, and the pending orders, we don't have 1 because this is already paid. If the payment was not made, so this will be pending. Okay, so the total amount spent is this one, and here on the user side or the customer side, we are done on the demo. So on the admin side, I will not explain much because here is where we're going to see things like on how you can add the admin. So for example, I can have an admin here, admin at example, then password. Yeah, so here on the admin side, you can see that we are being redirected to the dashboard. You can see the details of the logged in admin. You can see the details of the total revenue, the total number of orders, the total number of customers, the low stock alert. So this will be the product running raw. You can see the currency chart, and down here we have the latest orders that we have. So you can see the status of the order. It is in processing, which has been created 5 minutes ago. Then the admin will be able to manage the customers here. Yeah, so here you can see the list of customers. So you can see the details of the customers, and these customers will be like our customer, and we will be authenticating them from this table. So I'm going to show you on how we can implement that, basically by using the Laravel 45. So we're going to see on how we can use multiple guards on the same system. Okay, so after that, you can be able to add a new customer, edit them, or perform anything else. You can see the number of orders for each of these customers. Here you can see if they are already verified, when they were registered on the system. So you can see this has been registered 13 minutes ago. You can do other CRUD operations, and then also we can be able to manage the coupons. We're going to see on how you can create a coupon, assign them the number of days that this will be active, the number of limit that they are going to have, the discount that they are going to process, the type of coupon, their code, and you can be able to inactive them, like deactivating. You can be able to edit them or delete or add a new one. Also, we can see the number of orders that we have. So the admin will be able to manage those orders. Like this is the order that we had before, so we can be able to update its status from processing, let's say, to shipped, and when we change that status, the user will be notified by the email, but also if when they log in into the system, they will be able to see that this has been updated. And the tracking number, you can put here any random number. For example, I can put something like this one, and then I can say save. Yeah, so you can see that this has been saved, and it will send an email to the user. So you can see now it has been updated to ship, and you can see here that the email was sent, which is orders shipped, and here means the user will be able to receive that email. So if you go back here, you see, so we have a new email which says your order is on the way, your order has been shipped, which is order this one, and you can see the details, and the tracking number is this one. So you can see, so this will be the details that will be shown to the user. So when the user log in again to the system, so when they refresh here, they should be able to see the status has been updated here. See, so now this has been updated. If they click on that order, yep, so here you can see the tracking number and they can see the status which is already shipped. Okay, so the status here you can see the order history that it was created here, and then it was shipped, and you can see the details of when this was shipped. Okay, so all of these details we're going to see on how we can implement them on our system. Then they can be able to control the product, so to create the product, edit them, update them. They can be able to deactivate them or activate the products, on how they can add the images and change anything else that they have here on the system. And this compare price is the price that we are going to show that, for example, the user, instead of paying, let's say, this amount, now they can pay, let's say, a little amount. So we are going to see on how we can implement this compare price, and then we're going to see on how you can implement the product variants. So one product can have multiple variants, how you're going to generate these SKUs. So we're going to see all of these in details. I'm trying to explain this because you have to know that what we are going to cover in this video. So this video contains a lot of features that are very helpful for you as a Laravel developer, so that you can be competent with what you are building. So this project will be a full open source, so you'll just be able to get the source code and then you can do whatever you want with the source code, because I believe learning by doing is a great way of learning. So also the user or the admin can be able to manage the categories of these products, as we've seen those categories here on the front side. So the admin is the one who is managing those categories. So you can see these are the categories that we have already seen there. You can see that each category has how much or how many product, and then you can see the brands. I already have shown you the brands. You can use the brand on the here on the way of categorizing the data. So we're going to use those brands to filter our data, and then we're going to see on how you can manage the users' reviews. Okay, so here on the reviews is where you're going to see the reviews. You can be able to see the comment, the rating, the customer who do the review. You can be able to approve the review. You can see that this one is not approved. So when you approve it, it will be shown on the product. For example, if you go back to the front side and the user goes to shopping, so you should be able to see that some of the items have the rating and some of them has no reviews. So for those who have the review, so you should be able to see their reviews. For example, if I open in one of these items, like let me find the one with the review. Yeah, for example, this one. So if I click on this card, it should be directly to the product details page, which I didn't show you on the first place. So let's see how it looks like. Yep, so this is the item, as you can see. So this is the item image, and one item can have multiple images. So you can see here down we have other images concerning with this item, so that the user can be able to filter or to understand the item more, or to see how it looks like. So these are just dummy images. So when you click on these images, it should be populated here so that the user can be able to see it clearly. You can see. So now these will be the images, and here on the right side, the user will be able to see the badge that shows if this item is in stock, the name of the item, the brand, here the rating of these reviews, the price. So you can see this will be the compare price that I've said that I'll show you how to implement this feature. And then you can see how much they are saving. Here we have the short description of this item. Here is where you can update the quantity that you want to add to cart. Here we show the SKU, the product, the category, the brand. Here down we have the long description or the full description of the item, which is this one. And on this tab we have the review. So you can see this will be the reviews that has been added by this item. So you can see that this is a verified. And down here we have the related product based on this item or product category. So the items that fall on this similar category will be populated down here as related product. So this is what we are going to build on this amazing project. So I beg you to stay with me so that we can be able to build this project step by step, and then we can have something that you can be able to showcase whenever you have, or to put it on your portfolio. So this is the simplest way to do it. So if you are new to the channel, consider to subscribe. So this is my channel, just visit it here, click on the subscribe, and that is a way that you are supporting my channel. So without further ado, let's dive in the coding session. Yeah, welcome back. This is another session where we are going to build our application from scratch. So in this section, we are going to set up a project from scratch. So here I have Laravel hard application opened. So this will help us to build the application easily, because it gives us a way to manage the sites in a organized way, or a way to manage the PHP versions, a way to manage the Node version, and the other stuffs that you may need when you are doing the Laravel development. So directly I'm going to go here on the sites, and from here I'm going to create a new site, and here is where I'm going to select the new Laravel project, and which will create a fresh Laravel project. So from this side I'm going to not select basically I'm going to use the Livewire starter kit, because this is what we are going to use on the authentication. So let me just click next, and then after that we are going to create a new project called the e-commerce. Okay, and here on the authentication provider I'll use the built-in authentication of Laravel, and then for the Livewire Vault I'll say no, and then for testing I'll use just PHP unit, and then here is the target location where the project will be created on my system. So let me click next, and this will start to create my project. So let me pause the video. When this will be done, I'll resume with the video. Right, so you can see now the application was created successful. So now let's close this, and now let's open this on VS Code, but I'll just open this one on cursor. So let me just go back to cursor. So here I'm going to open my project, which is this one. So let me just open it with cursor. Right, so this is our project openly on cursor. So you can see this is a Laravel 12 application. So you can see now it has been installed, and you can see we have Laravel 45 installed successful. Then we have the flags, Vault, and also the Tinker. Okay, so now as we have everything that we need, so it is time to set up the database. So let's start to set up the database by doing the connection between our system and the database. So I'm going to use MySQL as my database. So I'm just going to do the following. Then here I'm going to create a new database, which I'm going to call it e-commerce DB. Right, so this will be the name of the database, and my database username is root, and password will be empty. So now what we need to do is to run the following command so that we can create a new database on our system, because I'm using XAMPP as my database server. So you can see now I have started the Apache and the MySQL, So now if I go to the MySQL database, so here you can see that this is my XAMPP which is running, and you can see here we don't have the database for e-commerce. So now let's go back here and run PHP @ migrate, and it will ask you you have to confirm. So this is still okay, it is still using the SQLite driver. So yeah, so here I have to change it to MySQL, right? So let me stop this process and run again. Yep, so this need to be added on MySQL. So let's say yes, and it will create the new database with these default tables. So now if we go back to the database here, refresh, now we should be able to see a new database which is called e-commerce DB, and then open that database, and you can see the default database has been added successful. So now let's add the new tables that we need to have. So the first table that we need to have is just to create a migration file which is going to help us to update the existing users table. So PHP @ make migration, then the name of the migration will be add phone and status columns to users table. Okay, yeah, so this will be the new file that will be created, and from that new file we are just going to have the following two tables, table columns that we are going to add. So I'll just try to do the copy paste so that we can save the time. So here you can see we are going to have the phone number, and the is active, which is a Boolean field. The phone number is a string, and it will be added after email, and this will be added after the password. Okay, so these two fields will help us to control the existing users table, which is this one. So now we are going to add two fields for managing the status of the user and also the phone number. Okay, so that is optional fields, but I believe they are useful for when you are creating the e-commerce system. Okay, after that, now let's create a new table which is called the customers. So we are just going to create a model. So PHP @ make model. So the name of the model will be customer. We are going to create it, and its migration. So it is going to create new files. So the first one will be the customer.php. The second one will be the customers table.php. Okay, but before we go forward, you have to drop these two fields because we have added this field, but we didn't drop them here. So what you're going to do is saying table, then drop column, then here we're going to pass the name of the column. So we have the phone number, which is this one, and also we have is active. Okay, after that, now let's close this one. So now that's done. Now on customers, let's update the customers very quickly. So I'm just going to paste the following fields, which we are going to make it to be very quickly. So let me just paste the following fields, and from here we have the string column type, which is the name, the string for the email, which should be unique. We have the timestamp for email verified, so this will be used to verify the customer's email. As I've mentioned that we are going to use the multi-guard authentication, it means we're going to use the oath for users and the oath for customers. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So it's very easy to implement it by using the Laravel 45. So now you can see we have also the field for storing the password is the same thing that we have when you are creating the users table. Okay, you can see from the users table we have the email and the password. Similar way to the customers, we have the email and the password. Okay, then we have the phone number, date of birth, the gender, and if this user or customer is active. Then you have the soft delete, so that you can be able to delete these customers softly, and then you can destroy them completely or restore them. Okay, after that, now let's go to the next table, which is called the addresses. So let me create that table here very quickly. So let me just create that address. All right, and then create. So that will create a new migration and the model. So let's just update the migration file. So the migration file is going to have the following things. Right, so here we are going to have a foreign ID, which will be acting as a foreign key, which is custom ID. So means that the custom ID from this customers table will act as a foreign ID on the addresses. Means this customer will have this address, and this will be constrained to customers table. Then we have the string, which is storing the full name of this customer of the address. Then we have the phone number, address line 1 and address line 2. Then we have the city, state, the postal code, and the country. Then we are going to see a way to store it if or to identify if it's a default address, or you can add multiple addresses. Then we have the type of address, like shipping, billing, or both. So this will be by default be shipping. All right. So now the addresses is done. Now let's go to the next table, which is specifically for storing the categories. So let me just create that for category. Okay. Yep. So it has created the category.php and its migration. So let's update the migration first. So here on the migration file, we're going to have the following fields. Yep, so we are going to have the name of the category, the slug, which should be unique, description, which is a text field, we have the image, which is a string and it can be nullable. Then we have the boolean, which is checking if this category is active or not. Then we have the sort order, which help you to sort these details on the admin side. Then the metadatas, this will be helpful if you are implementing the search engine optimization, but for this particular tutorial we are not going to use this directly into the system, but I'll put it there so that whenever you want to upgrade your system and add these features for search engine optimizations, so this field will be of great importance. Then the next table will be for storing the brands. So let's add that table here. So brand, and in that table we're going to have the following fields. So let's open that migration file. Let me squeeze it down here, and here we're going to have the following fields. So the first one will be the name of the brand, the slug, which should be unique. Then we have the description of the brand, the string, which stores the logo of that particular brand, the website, which will be the URL, then if it's active or not, then the sort order. Okay. After that, now we have another table which stores the brand, the product. So here, create product table. Right. So let's open the product migration here, and on that product migration file, we're going to have the following fields. So let me just paste those fields here very quickly. Right. So here we have the category ID, which acts as a foreign key from the categories table. Then we have the brand ID, which is acting as a foreign key from the brand. So means that a product can have one category and also can have one brand. Okay. After that, then we have the name of the product, we have the swag, the SKU of that particular product, which will help us to understand the stock keeping unit of this particular product. Then we have the short description for the product. Then we have the description for this product, and you have already seen on how these two differ. So this will store just a simple description, and this will store the complete description of that product. Then we have the price, which should be a decimal field, and it has the decimal places of 2. Then we have the total number of digits to be 10. Then we have the compare price that I've already said that I'll show you how this compare price is important when you are showing the offer or deals on your product. And then we have the cost price, which stores the cost price that you use to buy this particular product. Then we have the stock quantity, which stores the current quantity that we have on the system. The raw stock threshold, which track the stock of our system. So this will act as a way to trigger notification to the admin to show that this particular product, let's say, it is running low on its stock. And here we have the manage stock. So this will be a Boolean field, which by default will be true. And then we have the stock status, which will be in stock, out of stock, or on back order. Then we have is active, is featured, has variants, because our system will allow our user to be able to manage the variants. So one product can have multiple variants. Let's say, for example, you have let's say a t-shirt, then you have the large t-shirt but black, then you have the large t-shirt but red. So these variants will help you to manage those kind of stuff. So after that, we have the weight, which will be a decimal field, which is stored the weight of that particular product. And we have the metadata for meta title and meta description. Then we have the views count. So this will be updated when the user visits the product details page. Okay. After that, now let's add the table for managing the variants for our product. So down here, I'm going to say product variant. Right, now let's update that table, which is this one. Right, so here we are going to have the product ID, because this variant will be belonging to the product. So the ID of this product table will act as a foreign key here. And then we are going to have the SKU for this particular product, which will be acting as a stock keeping unit for this particular variant. Then you have the name, and you can see here I've added like the sample. So you can have, let's say, red or large, and then you can have the options, which will be stored in JSON format. Like you can say the color of this product is red, and then the size is large. So that will be something like this one. Okay. Then you have the particular price for this particular variant. Then you have the compare price, the stock quantity, and the stock status in stock, like what we have on the product. Then we have the status, then the sort order. Okay. After that, now we have the table that will be used to store the images of our product. So we'll call it product images. All right. So let's open that data. So this is the table. So on the product images, we are going to have the following fields. So this will be the fields that we are going to use. So we have the foreign ID for product ID, then the foreign ID for the variant, because one product can have multiple variants. So even on those variants, we have to store their particular images. Then we have the image path, which will store the path of that image. Then we have the alternative text that will be populated when that image is not available. Then we have the boolean field which you will check if this image will be marked as a primary image, and when it will be marked as a primary image, it will be the image that will be shown on the product card. Okay, after that we have the sort order, which help us on sorting these details on the admin side. Okay, after that, now we have the coupons table, which will be the table that stores the details concerning the coupons. So let's call it coupon, and it is going to have the following fields. So let me just update it. So these will be the fields for coupon. Okay, you can see we have the code for this particular coupon, we have the type, we have the value, we have the minimum order value, maximum discount, usage limit per customer, and then we have the start at and the expires at. Okay, so all of these fields will be helpful when we start to build the system, but these will be the important things that you should be having, so that you can be able to create different kind of coupons. Okay, so after that we have another table which will help us to store the orders of our customers. Which is this one. So let me update that too. So on the orders, we're going to have the following fields. Right, so it has the following fields. We have the string, which stores the order number, which we are going to create. Then we have the foreign ID, which stores the customer's ID, which is constrained to the customer's table. Okay, then we have the foreign ID, which stores the coupon ID when you apply the coupon. So the ID of the coupon that we've created will be added here, and this can be nullable. So that's why here you can see we apply the null on delete, because when you delete the order, so we are, let's say when you delete the coupon, so we have just to null this field instead of deleting the particular order. Okay, then we have the order amounts, where we store the subtotal of the order, discount amount, the ship cost, the taxed amount, that we in this system. I'm going to show you how you can just do this very easily. Then the total amount of the particular order. Okay, then we have the shipping details, where we're going to store all the details that the user has put for their shipping details. Then we are going to have the payment status, where we're going to store the payment method that the users select. We have the Stripe, and also we have the cash on delivery, and the default one will be Stripe. Then we have the payment status, which stores if the status is either pending, paid, failed, or refunded. Then we are going to store the transaction ID of that particular transaction, which we are going to store the section ID of the Stripe. Okay, then we have the status, if this particular order is already paid or not, and then it is pending, processing, shipped, delivered, or cancelled, and the default one will be pending. Okay, after that we have a string field which stores the tracking number when the user is tracking their item when you are doing the shipping. Okay, so this will store the tracking number. Also we have the customer notes, when they will add the notes, that note will be stored there. And then we have the admin note, which will be only available on the admin side. Then we have the soft delete, so that we can be able to create the soft deleted data. Okay, after that we have the order items, which stores the items that concern with that particular order. Okay, right, so let's update this table, which is order items. So on order items, we're going to have the following fields. So let me paste them here quickly. And here we have the order ID, which is stored the orders table. So that will be a foreign key here. And then we have the product ID, which stores the product ID from the product table. Then we have the product variant ID. So when you created the order, so we are going to specify if this product that we have added has an variant, so that variant ID will be added here. And this can be nullable, and on delete we should cascade the value. Okay, then you have the name, which will be the name of the product that we have added, then the product SKU, and then we have the variant name, price, quantity, and subtotal. Okay, after that, then we have the order status history. So this will help us to keep track of our orders statuses. So order status history. Okay, so let's open this one. All right, and on this page, on this particular table, we're going to have the following fields. So we're going to have the order ID, user ID, status, and notes. Okay, so this will just store the order status histories. Okay, so then after that, we have the table which stores the usage of the coupons. So we are going to say it will be coupon usage. All right, let's open that, and here we're going to have the following three fields, which is coupon ID, custom ID, and the order ID. All right, after that we have another table for storing the reviews. All the reviews that we have on the system will be stored here, which help us to rate our data. Okay, so review. All right, now let's open this one. So this is the table for reviews. So it is going to have the following fields. So let me just paste here. All right, so we're going to have the product ID, custom ID, then the order ID, rating, title, comment, and is verified, then is approved. Okay, so the product ID and the custom ID should be unique, so that we can have a one way of identifying these details, so that one product will not have one review for the same customer. Okay, after that we have another table which stores the settings. So let's create the table for settings. Okay, all right, so now let's update this, and on the setting we're just going to have the following fields, which will help us to track the standards, the settings that we're going to store in this particular table. So you can see we have the field for storing the key, then its value, which should be text, then we have the type of the setting, which can be string by default, but we can have something like a boolean, number, or JSON. Then we have the group of that settings, which can be general, email, shipping, and etc, etc. Okay, after that, now we have all the tables that we need on this particular video. So now what we're going to do is just to run the migration, so that these tables will be created into our database. So PHP @migrate. Right, so all the tables were created successful. So now if we go back here and refresh, yep, so now we can see all the tables that we have created are being added here, and now we have 23 tables. Okay, so now everything is fine. So the next step will be to install the filament shield, but you cannot install this one if you don't have filament installed into your system. So the first step should be to install the Filament PHP. So let me just go to the get started here, and let me click get started. And basically I'm going to use version 4 of Filament, so make sure that you are using the same version so that you can be able to use the system. So we have the prerequisites here, and make sure that you have all of these, and now it is when you can be able to run this installing the panel builder. Okay, so what you're going to do, let me just copy these commands. Let's go back here and let's start to install the Filament PHP here. Alright, so here you can see now it is asking us for the panel ID. So the default one will be admin, so I'll just leave it that way. So I'll just click enter and it will continue creating the admin panel for our Filament PHP side. Yeah, so here I'll just say no because I've already done the starting of the Filament repo. So now let me clear my terminal, and now we have the Filament PHP installed. So now let's try to run our application and see again if the Filament panel has already been added. So PHP at sun save, but basically because this application is running from Laravel had, so it's just a matter of using this URL. So let me just copy the URL. Let me go back to the browser. Let me just run it from here. Alright, so now let me try to visit the admin panel. So I'll just say /admin, and then let's see. Yeah, so this is our admin panel which we have created. So you can see it is /admin/login, which is showing us the sign-in page. So on this sign-in page is where we are going to use our users to be able to sign in into our application. So now the next step will be to update the models for our system so that we can have everything that we need. As on the previous session, we just added the database migrations. So now let's start to update the models so that we can have everything that we need on these models. Okay, so let's start with that before we install the Filament Shield package. Okay, so let's update the models, and then we are going to install the Filament Shield package. So here we are going to start with the users model. So let's start with the users model. So currently it has these details, and you can see the two-factor authentication has been enabled by using this Laravel 45 trait. So now means the default Laravel installation will enable the two-factor authentication by default. Okay, so now let's start by updating this one by adding the required relationships and everything that we need. So on users model, the things that we are going to add here is, if you remember, we added the first migration, which added the two details. So it was the phone number and the is active fields that we added on the user. So we need to add them here on the fillable for mass assignment. So let's add that. So we have the one for phone, then we have the other one for is active. Okay, for checking the status of the user, right? So now we have those fields, but also on cast here you can cast the field for is active. So is active, we can make sure that this is a Boolean field. Okay, you can make sure that this is a Boolean field. Boolean. Okay. Yeah, so after that, we have another two fields, two functions. So the first one will be a scope. So we're going to create we call it local scope. So we're going to create a local scope which will be used to get the active users. So protected function, this should be public function active, and it will pass the builder, which should use the Laravel database eloquent builder, and then here we're going to have the builder, and then we are going to return a query which is coming from builder. Then you're going to say where the status, which is active, equals to true. Okay, so that way, and then we have a relationship here, and in order for this local scope to run, so we need to add the following attribute. So the attribute is called the scope. So make sure that you imported that attribute here, which is this one. So that will be the one that we are using. And after that, we have the relationship here, which define the relationship between the user and the order status histories. If you remember, we created the model which is called the order status history. So here we need to define the relationship between the two. So let's say function which should be public function order status histories, which should return this as many order status history. Yeah, this way. Okay, so now this will be the relationship that we'll use to determine if this user has the order status histories. Okay, and after that we need to have a way to limit the access to the Filament PHP admin panel, because as I've mentioned, only the users that belongs to this users model or users table will only be allowed to access the admin dashboard. So let's do that. So what we are going to do here is to define one function from Filament PHP. So you can just get that function here on the Filament documentation, and just go to the users here, overview. Yep, so we have this function which is called the can access panel. So this will check for a certain condition that you pass here, and it must implement the Filament user. So make sure that you implement this one, and then this will control so which user will access the admin panel. So let's implement the same thing on our system. So let's go back to the users model, and let's define that function here. So I'll just paste it, and then I'll import the class for panel. So let me import this Filament panel, and here I'll just limit it by using one condition. So I'll just remove this email verification. So I'll just use only the domain. So here on domain, I'll just use an example.com domain. So only the users with the example.com will be the users that will access our panel. So we will try with the user with the different domain, and we'll see how this will act. So another thing that we should do here is to implement the Filament user. Okay, so implement Filament user. So make sure that you implement this interface. So make sure that you've imported it from here, and we are good to go. So now means if we try to create a demo user, for example, if we do the following php artisan make we can just say user. Basically we have to pass the filament, so it should be filament user. So here it will ask you for the name of the user that you want to create. So I'll just put here the demo user, which I'll just say admin. And for the email, I'll just say admin@example, because that is the domain that we have put there. So email will be admin@example.com. And then for the password, I'll just put the password. So now it will say we can be able to log in by using that email. So let's try to log in with that email. Here is admin@example, so admin@example.com, and then password. Now let's try to sign in. Right, so here you can see we've been able to log in successful, and you can see we've been redirected to the dashboard, and you can see this is the dashboard of our Filament PHP application. So you can see. So here you can see we've been able to log in successful into the admin panel, and you can see now this is our application, and it is a dashboard that we see here. So if I zoom it a little bit, you can see here will be the name of the logged in user, and you can see that we can have a way to sign out, and the version of Filament PHP that we use is this one. Okay, so here the user can be able to change the theme. For example, if you want the dark mode or the light mode, you can just switch between the two. And now let's try to update first the name of the project. So let's go on PHP, on .env file. So let's update the name of the application here. So we're going to say it is e-commerce app. Okay, so something like that. So you can put the name that you want there. And also the other thing that I want to change is the file system. So I'm going to use the public here. All right, so after updating the two, now let's go back to the system and let's try to reload again the system. Yeah, so it has logged out us, but you can see the name of the application has already been changed. So I can just try to log in again. So admin@example. Then if I try to put the password and sign in again, we should be able to sign in successfully without any problem. Yeah, and here you can see that it has redirected us back to the system, and you can see now the name of the application is e-commerce app. Okay, so means that everything is working fine. So now let's try for the user that does not have the domain that we have. For example, let's say for the user that we can create, for example, let's try to create another user. Make filament user. So here let's put the name. So I'll just call it test user, and the email, I'll put the email with the different domain. So I'll say, let's say test user at gmail.com. okay, and then put the password. Right, so now let's try to log in with this password, this email, and see if that user can be able to access the panel. So test user at gmail.com, then in the password. Yep, so you can see now it says these credentials does not match our record. So means that this user will not be able to access the admin panel. Okay, so now that check has already take place. So we have controlled that by using this method, which is called you can access panel, which passes the panel as a parameter, and then here you put the condition that you want to use. So here we are checking just if the string of the email ends with this domain. Okay, so that's how we do it. Okay, so now on user model, now that's fine. Now let's go to the address model and let's update that to match system requirement. So the first thing is the fillable attribute. So fillable should return an array of the fields that we've already add them on the database. So I'll just put the fields here, which is this one. So we have the customer ID for determining the address belongs to which customer, and then we have the full name of the customer, we have the phone number, address line 1, 2, city, state, postal code, country is default, and type. So those will be the fields that we need to have on this model. Okay, after that, now let's add the cast, because we want to make sure that its default should be Boolean. So here we're just going to say protected function cast, all right, which should return an array. And here we're going to say return return the field which is default, which should be a Boolean field. Okay, terminate there. Now we have to define a scope. So the scope for checking if this is a default address for that specific customer. So let's define the public, or you can just use the protected. Basically, this is a protected function. You can just check it from Laravel documentation. Let's go to the documentation here, and let's go to the Eloquent ORM, get started, and let's scroll down to the local scope, and here, so this is using the protected function. So this should be a protected function, then default, then we pass the builder, which should be a database Eloquent ORM, and then here we just need to pass the builder, and then we need to have builder where the type, this is for default, so we can just say is default should be true, and here make sure you have the attribute, which is scope. Okay, so import that one, and now let me create another attribute, another scope that we are going to use. So this is for determining if this is of which type of address is it. Okay, so here this is called the dynamic scope. So let's define it. Here we're going to pass the string type. Okay, string type this way, and then here on your where condition we are going to pass here we're just going to say type, and here it is type, because down up here you can see we have the field called the type. So here we want to the user to be able to pass the type of address, and then we can be able to filter by using the Laravel scope. So if you don't understand anything about the scope, so these scopes add the constraint on your queries So instead of just doing the where condition every time where you need to retrieve certain data, so you can just call this method and it will just add this constraint automatically. So if you want to understand it more, there is more explanation here on the Laravel documentation. So I'll just pin this link on the video description so that you can be able to understand more, because we have different type of query scopes. So we have the global scope and also we have the local scope. Then we have other types like anonymous scope. We have the local scope, and we have different type of scope. So that is just a normal explanation that I can give you. So now let's create another function here, which will be a helper method that will help us to get the full name attribute of our address. So let's define that here. So it will be a public function which will be get full address attribute. Okay, which should be returning the following. So we are going to use the function called implode. So this implode, what will do, it will just join array elements with just a separator. So we are going to define the separator that we are going to use to join. So the separator will be just a comma, then a space, and then in front of it we are going to pass array filter. So we are going to say array, then filter. Okay, so on this array filter we are going to use the following details. So we are going to pass the address line 1, we have the address line 2, make sure to put the comma here, then we have the city. So here is just we want to get the full address, so means the combination of all of these fields. So that's why you see we are using the implode method, and we have the explode. So the explode is a vice versa of implode. So explode will just break down the array, but implode will just join items to build an array. Okay, so we have the city, we have the state, we have the postal code, and we have the country. Okay, so all of these, when it will be joined, we'll be able to create a full address attribute. Okay, so after that, as already we have that, we need to define a relationship here, which should be a public function customer, because we have the customer ID in this method, I mean on this model, so means we have to define the relationship between the two. So here we should return belongs to, then custom, which is our model, and then it should be a class, then terminate it. Okay, so now on the address we have everything that we need. So let's close that. Now let's go to the brand, and on the brand we are going to have the following fields. So the first thing is to define the protected field. So let me just create that very quickly here. So protected fillable attribute, and then inside here we are going to have the following fields that we've already defined them on the migration file here. So you have to check that and then you populate them here, right? So after that, now let's define another method which will be a scope, and it will be a scope for getting the active brands. So let me just define it here. So protected function active, make sure that you are passing the builder here. You can just use the query, or you can just use the builder. Everything will work the same. And here you just need to say builder, then where the is active field should be equals to true. All right, and make sure that you have the attribute here, which is scope. Okay, after that, now let's define another scope which will help us to do the sorting. So let's define it down here. So scope and then protected function sorted. And then here we need to say builder, then order by, then we can just order by the field which is called the sort order. Then we want to sort this by ascending by default. Okay, so that will be the scope for getting the sorted values. Then we need to define the relationship, which should be a public function between the brand and the product. So here it should be product, which should be returning as many product. Yep. So after that, we need to find a way to generate the slug for these brands. So to generate the slug, we are going to use the Laravel Eloquent ORM events, or you can call them model events. So I've explained that on the previous video. If you you have not visited that video, so the Eloquent ORM events, you can just find them here because we are on the Eloquent ORM. So down here you will see we have the section which is talking about the events. So the event has been explained here, and we have different type of event that will be dispatched on several occasions. For example, we have the retrieved, creating, let's say deleted, saved, saving. So all of these are events that are being dispatched by the Laravel models. So we can just use them on the model's lifecycle in order to inject our functionality as what we are going to do down here. So for example, we're going to define the method which is static function, which is called boot, okay, which it will run when this model will be booted. And then we have to say parent, then boot, okay, like this way. And then down here we need to say when the event is creating, okay, let's pass the function here. Then we can get the name of the brand or the brand object, okay, and then here we can just say if the brand is empty, brand, then slug, okay. So if the slug from this brand is empty, okay, then we are going to perform the function of creating the slug. So brand, then slug will be equal to string. So let's just import this slug, okay, and then on this slug we're going to use the brand, then slug. Basically we are going to use the name to generate the slug, okay, so this way. So then import this string, import this one, yeah, make sure that you have imported this one. Let me go down here, and here is where we are going to create the slug. So it will just create whenever it is on creating event, and it will check if the slug is empty. So if it is not empty, it will just not replace the existing one. And then, for example, when the user is doing the update on this particular model, so we want to update the slug if we are doing updating event, okay, so updating. So when the user is doing the updating, so we just need to say brand, and then we are going to have the callback function here, and then we're going to say if brand then is date. So we're going to use this function, which will check if there is any change on the field which is called the name, okay. So if there is any change and the slug is, let's say, empty, okay, that's when we are going to recreate the slug. So we're just going to do the same thing like this one, okay. So just to assign the new slug by generating it from the new name that is coming from the date field, okay, which is this one. So now on the brand we have everything that we need. So now let's go to the categories. So let's go to the categories here, and here we are going to have the fillable attribute. So let's just put the fillable attribute very quickly. So we're going to have the name, slug, description, and the other fields that you already have defined on the migration file. After that, now let's define the scope. So we are going to have the two scopes here. So the first scope will be to get the active and the sorted, is what we did here. So I'll just copy paste the two, because we have the same fields as in there. So we have the is active, and also we have the sort order. So it's just a matter of copying and pasting, okay. So let me just import the attribute, okay, and then import the builder. So let's use the arrow point builder, which is this one, okay. Yeah, so now we have everything that we need, and then we need to define the relationship between the product and the category, because one category can have multiple products. So let's define that relationship here very quickly. So what we are going to do is the same thing that we had here. So we are going to use the same scenario right here, right? After that, now the same thing for generating the slug, because also on the category we have slug. So we're just going to do the same thing. So just copy this method, and then we're going to use it on the category model, okay. So I'll import the string, which is a helper method, import it, right? So now everything will work the same, but here we're going to change it because this is not a brand, so this is a category. So whenever there is a brand, I'm going to click Control then D whenever I'll select this brand, and then I'm going to click Control D to auto select all of the instances where we have the brand, and then after that I'll delete it and I'll put here category, okay. So category, something like that. So whenever brand. So now we have category. Okay, so now it will just work the same as what we have here. Okay, so now let me close it, and this one. So now let's go to the coupon. Now let's update the coupon model. So on coupon model, we need to have the fillable attribute. So let me just show the fillable attributes here. So we have the code, the type, and other fields as we have defined it on the migration file. And down here, we need to cast some of these fields because some of the fields require to be with the same data so that the user will not encounter any issue. Okay, so you can see here we are returning an array, and then on this array, for the value, this should be a decimal data type, and it should be having the decimal places of 2. Then we have the minimum order value, which should be also decimal, maximum discount, and other fields as you can see from here. All right. So after that, now let's define the scope for getting the active coupons. So that we will use the same scope as one we did for the category and also for the address. Okay. So let me just import the two. So let me import. So Eloquent Builder. Okay, so import this one. Yeah, so now we can be able to get the scope the values of active coupons. Okay, and then after that we need to get the relationship for our coupon. So here you can see that on coupon we are going to apply the coupon on different orders. So we need to have the relationship between the coupon and the orders. So let's define the relationships. Here we are going to have public function orders, which should return as many order, and then this should be a class, and then we have another relationship which should be tracking the usages of the coupon. Okay, so return this as many then coupon usage. Okay, so that is a model, another model that we have already defined it, so you can just check it from here. So this is the model that we are talking about. Okay, so that will be tracked there. Okay, and then after that we need to define another scope here for checking if the coupon is valid, means it is not already expired. So here we're going to say check for valid coupon. So what we're going to do here is to have the scope, and then we have protected, function valid, then you pass the builder, then you have the builder, and then inside here we need to say builder or query, then where is active, and basically what we need to say, it should be true. Then we need to have where condition, so that we can be able to check the other details for if it is not yet expired. So first we need to check if it is active. So if this is true, we need to check the start date and the expire date of the particular coupon. So let's check it from here. So we are going to define this function, then we are going to pass the query, and we are going to use now, and now let's define this instance of the current time because we didn't define it yet. So let's define it from here. We're just going to say now b equals to carbon instance, and then we're going to say now, okay, and that will be the one that we are going to use here. And then we're just going to say query will be where null starts at then we're going to say or where starts at should be less than or equal to now, okay. And then after that, then we have another where condition which checks for the expire date. So here pass the query, then we're going to use now, then let's have the following. So query where null on expires date, which is this field, we have it here, expires at, all right. And then we are going to say or where expires at should be greater than or equals to now. Okay, so this will help us to get the validity or the only the coupon that are not yet expired. Okay, so after that, now let's define the helper method for getting the validity coupons. So let's define it down here. So this will be the helper method from this particular model. Okay, so what we are going to define here is just the following thing. So we're going to have the public function is valid. This will help us to check if the current value is valid. Okay, and then what we are going to do is to check if it is not active. See, so we are just going to return false, means this is not a valid coupon. Okay, after that we need to get an instance of another if condition, and then we're going to say if the expires at and starts at is future, means we are going to return false, because it will check if the expires at is not null and the starts at is on future, so means already the value is already expired. Okay, so means that this we should return a false value, so it is not a valid value. And then what we are going to do is another if condition for checking that if expires at and the expires at is first, okay, so we should return false here, okay, so say return then false. Then another condition that we can check is if its usage limit and usage, then count is greater than or equal to the usage limit, okay. We should return also false, means that already the coupon has been exhausted, or the number of limit has already been exceeded, okay. So we should return false. And if all of these cases will not be true, so we should return true, okay. So other than that should be false, but if all of these checks will be passed, so means it should return true, okay. So that will be a valid coupon. Down here, then let's define another helper method, which is called the public function can be used by customer, and here we should accept the customer ID, okay, customer ID. And here what we are going to do is to have an if condition that is going to check if this is valid coupon. Then if this is a valid coupon, thus we are going to do the same thing. So we're going to say return false. So if it is not a valid attribute, here should have this, okay. So this then is valid. So if this return false, we should return false again here. So it means that the user cannot be able, or the customer cannot be able to use that coupon. But if this then usage limit per customer is there, means it is not empty, and the usage count will be this usage, okay, where then customer ID, then the customer ID that we passed on the top, and then we should get the count, okay. So the usage count, then we are going to say if the usage count is greater than or equals to usage limit by that specific customer. So here we should return false, okay. If that's not the case, we should return true, okay. So it will just check for if this is a valid thing. It will just check if the coupon is valid. After that, it will just check if the usage limit by that customer is not exceeded, so by checking this usage limit, and then after that it will just return it true if all of these two will be failing, okay. After that we have another important method, which is called the public function, then calculate discount, and basically here we should pass the subtotal, and here we are going to have another if, and then we are going to say if the minimum order value and the subtotal is less than minimum order value, then we are going to return the discount of 0. Means if the minimum order value and the subtotal are less than the minimum order value, so we are going to return 0. Okay, then another if condition for if the type equals to percentage. Already we have seen that we are going to have different types of coupons. So we have the type of discount, percentage, and the flat type. So if the type is percentage, then discount should be equals to subtotal times the value, then divided by 100. Okay, then on else we're going to do the discount. If the discount is a flat discount, so the discount should be the same with the value of this coupon. Okay, and then here we are going to say if the minimum discount and the discount is greater than minimum discount, then we should return discount equals maximum discount. Okay, this way. So if the maximum discount is not null and the discount is greater than the maximum discount, so means the value of the discount should be that value of that maximum discount. Okay, and then after that we're going to say return minimum of discount and subtotal. Okay, so now we are done with the coupon. So now the next will be the coupon usage. So now let's update the coupon usage model, and basically we are just going to have the fillable protected details here, which is this one. We have the coupon ID, customer ID, and the order ID. And then we have the relationships. So the relationships that we are going to have is the relationship between the coupon, customer, and the order ID. So we are going to have things like the coupon, which will be belonging to the coupon, and then we have the customer, which belongs to the customer model, then the order, which belongs to the orders model. So concerning with the coupon usage, this will just act as a pivot table. Okay, after that, now let's update the customers model. So this model is very important because we are going to use it to authenticate our users. Okay, so or our customers. So it is it's important so that you can map all the fields as they are required. Okay, so now here on the fillable attribute, we're going to have the name, email, password, phone number, date of birth, gender, and if it is active. Okay, and then after that we have the to define that the password and the remember token should be hidden by default, right? And then we have the we have to cast the other fields. For example, for the password, it should be hashed, and other fields to cast them accordingly. So we have to cast the email verified at to date time, password to hashed, date of birth to date, and then is active to Boolean. Okay, so that is important so that the user will not put the different kind of or the data type for these specified fields. Then after that, we have the scope for getting the active customer. So with this already we've defined it on other models, so I'll just paste it here. So it will be just this way. So import the scope attribute and then import the builder, which is eloquent builder, right? And then after that we have the relationships. So on the relationships, we have the relationship between the customer and the address. So here I'll just paste the relationships and then I'll explain one by one. So let me paste it here. So here you can see on the relationships we have the addresses, which means that one customer can have multiple addresses because this is one-to-many relationship. So one customer can have multiple addresses. Then we have the relationship to define or to identify that this address is a default address. So you can see this is called the default address, which has one address and it is checking for a where condition, like where is default equals to true. So that's when we are going to get the default address. And then after that we have the orders. So means one customer can have multiple orders. That's why you see here has many orders. And then we have the reviews. So one customer can leave multiple reviews on different products. Then you can have something like that. And then we have the coupon usages, because one customer can have multiple coupon usages. So that's why you see we have this relationship. Then we have the two helper methods. So the first one will be to get the total spent attribute amount, which will help us to show the analytics on the user or the customer dashboard. And then here we're going to have another one which will get the orders count attribute. Okay, so all of these two we are going to use them on the customer account dashboard. Okay, after that we have order. So let's update the orders model. So on the order model, make sure that you pass all the details that we need. So for example, on the order we have the soft delete implemented. So we need to make sure that we use the soft delete trait, soft delete trait, and then let's define the protected fillable attribute. Okay, and then we have the following fields that we have already defined them on the migration. So it's a matter of just copy pasting them. So you can just have these fields here. Okay, and then after that we have the scopes. So let's define the scopes that we need on this particular model, and then I'll explain it one by one. Alright, so let me go back here. I just import the scope, which is a scope attribute, and then I'll import the builder. Alright, so here you can see we have the first scope for getting the status of the order. So it means we can have multiple statuses like pending, shipped, processing, and other types of statuses. So this will help us to filter those orders basing on their statuses. Okay, then we have the filter basing on their payment status. So we have the paid, pending, and the other status. So that will help us to get that constrained details. Okay, and then after that we have the scope to only pending orders. So we want to get only the pending orders from the orders table. Then we have the processing the shipped and delivered. So it will just check for the status. So if the status equals to shipped, so that will be scoped to this one. Okay, so these are the local scopes, and this one is a dynamic local scope. Okay, so we have everything that we need on the scopes. So now let's define the helper methods. So helper methods. So on helper methods, we have the following method. So basically we have the two methods here. So the first method is to get the address attribute that we have defined it on the address model. So that's why I have just copy pasted it. And then we have the one for update status. So this update status will allow us to pass the three parameters. So we have the new status, nodes, and user ID. And then from here, we need to update the status based on the new status that you will pass here. And then we need to create a new status history. Okay, so here we are going just to say status histories, and then we are going to create a new status based on the status that we have, then the nodes and the user ID that created that order. Okay, and then after that, we need a way to define the relationships. So we need to define the relationships up here. So relationship between the order and other models. So we have the relationship with the customer. Okay, we have the relationship between the model and the customer, like this way. So one order have a customer, so means one customer can have a single order. And then we have another relationship between the order and the following models. So let me just paste them here and then I'll explain. So we have the order model, which has a relationship with the coupon. So one order can have one coupon. And then we have the items. So one order can have multiple items. That's why here you see we have as many items. And you can see here we have the order item. And then we have the status history, which also will have as many order history. Then we are going to check for we are going just to order by created at, which should be by descending. So we want to get the latest values first. Okay, and then after that we want a way to generate the order number automatically. So when you just create an order, so that the order number will be created automatically. So what we're going to do is to create another protected static function, which is called the boot, and this method is defined by Laravel. So we just need to utilize it. So here what we're going to say is parent, then boot, and here we're just going to say static, then when the event is creating, okay, then we're going to pass the callback function, which is passing the order that is going to be created, and then we're just going to say if the order number is empty, so order then number, okay, is empty. So we're just going to say order then order number will be equals to order number, like this way, and then we're just going to connect it with a string to upper, then we are going to use the unique, ID, like this way. Okay. And here we have, yeah, so we have something like that. Yeah, so now it looks good. And when you are doing the created, so basically we need to create the status history. So on the event of created, so we're just going to say static, then created, then we pass the callback function, which will pass the order. And here we're just going to say order status histories, then create, okay, and here we have the status field, which we should update it to order, then status. After that, you can store the notes, which we can just put the default value here, like order created. Yep. So after that, later on I'll show you how we are going to send the email for order confirmation. So down here we'll do that later on. So order confirmation email will be sent here. Okay. So later on we will do that. So for now, let's just leave it there. So the order now is fine. So now let's update the order items model. So it does not have a lot of things. So basically, we are just going to have the fillable fields, which is on fillable attribute. Then we cast the fields for price, quantity, and subtotal. And then after that, we have the relationships that we need to have so that the order can work with the order model. So this is order item can work with the model, also with the product, and then with the product variants. So we are just going to have things like this way. So you can see this is not new, so it is just a matter of defining the relationship. And then we have the variant here, which represent the product variant by checking the product variant ID that we have it here on the table. Okay, so now that is all about the order items. And then on the order status history, here also this is a simplest model, so it does not contain a lot of things, because on the fields we have only these fields, and then on the relationship we have the relationship with the order and then with the user. Okay, and then after that we have the product. So this is contains a lot of data. So the first thing contain the fields that we have on the protected fillable attribute. So we have the category ID, brand, and other fields that we have already defined on the database. And then we need to use the soft delete attribute or the soft delete scope, because we defined that this should have soft delete functionality. And then after that, we need to cast some of the fields from this model, so that the user will not put data that differ in the data type. So the price should be decimal, compare price should be decimal, the has variant should be boolean, is featured should be boolean, and as you can see, other fields are just casted accordingly. And then after that, we need to define the scopes. So let me just repeat some of the scopes that we need to have on this model. So these are the scopes. So let me just import the scope model attribute, and then the builder, which is coming from builder item, and then from here we have the scope. So for active, so this will just get only the active products, and we have the featured, so this will get only the featured items. And then we have the scope, which will get only the in-stock products. So you can see it will check for the stock status, which will be in stock, and it will check for stock quantity if it is greater than 0. Then for the raw stock will be the vice versa to that one. So it will just check for stock quantity if it is less than or equal to the raw stock threshold, and then it will just check for stock quantity if it is greater than 0. So that's when we are going to get the low stock products. Then we are going to filter them by category. So that's why we use this in category attribute. So this one, you can see that it is going to pass the ID of the category, and then we are going to constrain it like this way. And this is where we have this local scope, which is called in category. Then we have another scope, which will be a dynamic scope for the type of brand, or a way of filtering the product based on their brands, based on the ID of the brand that we are going to pass here. So it will just check for brand ID, and then it will just scope the items. Okay, and then after that, we have another filter, or the scope for filtering them based on their price range. So you can see we will pass the minimum value and the maximum value. So it's just going to check by using the where between query. Okay, and then we have the relationships that we are going to have on this model. So let me just define them here. And these are the relationships. So we have the relationships between the product and the category, then the product and the brand, the product and variants. So the one product can have multiple variants. So that's why you see here we have the has many, and then the images, similar way. So one product can have multiple images, and we have the main like is primary. That's why you have this another helper method, which will help us to identify if this is a primary image. So these two now done, and then we have the reviews. So the product has a lot of reviews, so that's why here you see has many reviews. Okay, and then we have the approved reviews. So it will just check for the status if that review is already approved. After that, let's have the helper methods, because we need the method that will help us to work quickly with our models. So now let me paste the models here, I mean the helper method, and from here you can see where the first method is get discount percentage attribute. So it will just check if the compare price is greater than the price for all the price that you are going to sell, so which is we sometimes call it selling price, and then we're going to return the rounded value of by checking the compare price minus the selling price. Then you're going to define it to divide it by the compare price. After that, the value that you get there, you're going to multiply it by 100. Okay, that's when we are going to get the get discount percentage attribute. Okay, and then after that, that will be the value that will be shown on the product card. After that, we have the average rating attribute. So this will be getting by getting the approved reviews, and then we are going to get the average rating. So that will be the average rating. Then we have the reviews count. So we're just going to get to the approved reviews, and then we're going to count their number. And then the increment views, this method will just be incrementing the number of views for specific product. So we are going to see on how you can utilize this method. And then down here is where we are going to define the slug of our product. So you're just going to call the creating event, and then you are going to add the instance of a string here, and that string will generate the slug from the product name. So also we are going to generate the stock keeping unit, which is SKU. So we are just going to generate it from the random string of 80 characters. Okay, and then on updating, we're just going to check if the field of product name is dirty, so means it has contained any new changes. So if it has any new changes, we're just going to update it to a new product slug. Okay, so now we have everything that we need for the product model to operate. So the next one is the product image. Right, so now let's focus on this model, which is product images. So the first thing will be to add the fillable attribute. So here we pass the columns that we already defined them on our migration file. And then we have a way to cast the data so that we can make sure that is primary, it should be a Boolean field, and then for the sort order, it should be an integer by default. And then after that, we have to define one scope to identify or to scope locally to understand if this is a primary image or not. So this will help to scope the images that you will get. So when you are doing the query on this particular product image model, so you can just call this local scope on that. So let me import this scope, which is an attribute, and then let me import the builder, which should be the eloquent builder. All right. After that, we have one relationship, IS2. So we have the relationship between the product and the product image, which is this one. So you have to make sure that this image belongs to a certain product. So this is why we define this one. But also we are going to have the product variants, which we are going to define it here. So we need to define the relationship between the product variant and the product image, because different product variants could have different images. So we need to have this variant relationship, and this product variant ID should be the foreign key here. All right. After that, we have one helper method on this model, which will help us to get the URL attribute of our image. So here you can see we get the URL attribute by getting it from the asset method. So this method basically or function will just return the URL of your image, because when you are storing the image in a public disk here on the .env file, you need to make sure that you are using the public disk, as I've done here. So when you do this one, so all the images that will be stored on the public directory here on storage, so they will be accessible here, because Laravel will automatically create a symbolic link here. So that symbolic link will help you to get that image. So that's why here you see we're using the asset, because this asset will just get the asset path from the public directory. So this is done for the product image. Now let's focus on the product variant model. So here the same thing, we need to have the fillable attribute. So the fillable attribute will have the following details. So just the fields that we've already defined on the migration file. So if you don't remember, just check on your migration files and you'll find all the columns as I'm pasting here. But also for data type issues to be safe, you need to do the casting. So this casting will just help you to make a little bit strictness on your data type. Okay, so to make sure that the options here should be array, the price should be a decimal, and the other fields as you can see here on my screen. All right. After that, we have to define the two important scopes. So the first scope will be the scope for getting the active product variants, which should be this one. So let me just import the attribute. All right, then I'll just import the builder, which I've already said should be the Eloquent builder. So here it will just check if this product variant is active. Okay, so it will just call the active variant. And then after that, we have another attribute, another scope, which is a local scope basically, which is for in stock. So it will just check if this particular product variant is in stock. So it will just check for stock status. So if it is in stock, and if the stock quantity is greater than 0, so that's when we get the value of in stock product or product variant. So here you need to add the attribute, which should be scope. Close it. Yeah, it should be this way. Okay, so those were the important scopes that we need to define. And now we have the relationships. So we need to have the following relationships so that our model will work correctly. So the first relationship, which should be the relationship between this product variant and the product that it belongs to, because you can see here we have the foreign key of product ID. So that's why here you see we have the product relationship. So this belongs to product model. Then we have the relationship between the product variant and the product images, as we've done here. So similar thing. So this will act as a reverse relationship between the product variant and the product images. And then we have the order items. So when you are creating an order, so you may create an order that contains the product with the product variant. So we can be able to get the order items from the product variant. Okay, so after that we have another helper method. So this helper method, which will help us to get the discount percentage attribute, which is this one. So here you can see that we are getting the discount percentage attribute, and from here we are just having an if condition which checks for the compare price. So if the compare price is there, it is not null, it's not null, and the compare price is greater than the actual price, that we can say the selling price. So we're just going to get the value of compare price minus the actual value. Then you are going to divide it by the compare price. So after that you have to multiply it by 100, and then we are going to use the round method, which will help us to have a precision. So like to define the number of like to reduce the number of zeros, like the number of decimal places. Okay, after that then we are going to return 0 if it happens that this is not true. Okay, so we are just going to return 0. After that we have another method which we have to define, which will help us to get which we are going to define it inside the event that are being dispatched by the Laravel model. So here we're just going to do the same thing as we did before. So we have to define a protected static function, which I've already shown you how to do this, which should call it boot, and then we are going to say parent, then boot. Okay, and after that we need to define the static event. So you have to identify the event that is you want to hook with. So after that then pass the function here, which should be like this way. Then on this function we're going to pass the variant, and then let's have a function here which should have an if condition, and on this if condition we are going to say variant SKU if is empty. So we're just going to do the following thing. So let me put the brackets, and then I'm going to say if it's empty. Okay, so if it's empty means we're just going to generate the new variant SKU. So we're just going to say variant SKU should be equals to variant, like this way, and then we're going to have a string to upper method, and inside this one we're just going to use the string helper method, and then we're going to say random of 80 characters. Okay, so from there is where we get the variant SKU. So this will act as a unique stock keeping unit. Okay, after that, now we have everything on the product variant. So now let's check on the product, on the review model. So here we're just going to define the attribute, which is a fillable attribute, which you should pass all the columns that we had on the database. And then after that, now let's have another function for casting the details or the columns that we want, so that we can have the data type that we desire. Okay, so this is the casting method, and then we have the scope. So let's define the scope here. We want to get the approved reviews only, so we are going to use this local scope, which is let me import this attribute first, also the builder. Right, so here it will just check for the is approved column. If it's true, so that's when we are going to get only the approved reviews. And then we have another scope which you should have, that is going to be verified. And basically the way you are going to use these scopes is like this way, because I guess you have seen this, but you didn't know how to use it. So for example, you are going to say review, and then if you want to get only the approved reviews, so you're just going to say reviewed, meaning approved. Okay, and then you can perform other details, like you can just get, or you can just get the first one, or do anything. So this will just give you only the approved reviews or the approved details from the specific model that you are looking for. So this is how easily you can just create this local scope and how you can utilize them. Okay, so after that, now we have this verified, so it will just do the same thing. So if the customer has do the review and the review is verified purchase, so this will just scope that in that scope. And then after that, the last scope that we are going to define is to have the rating. So here it will just get only the details that have all the reviews that have rating. Okay, and after that we have to define the key relationships that we are going to have, which is the product between the review and product. This is the relationship that we should define. Then we have the relationship between the review and the customer that review, and then we have the order. So we can know that this review is from which order. Okay, after that, on the settings model, so on the settings model here, also we have to pass the fillable attribute, which should help us on master assignment. So if you don't know why we are doing this, is because we are going to do the thing called the mass assignment. Okay, assignment, yeah, so like this way. So this is where we need to define this one. But if you don't want to do this thing, so you can just prevent it by just going to the provider. So go to the app service provider here on the boot. So just to say model, then you can just say guard. Okay, so if you do something like this, so whenever you'll be creating let's say data, so when you are using functions like let's say you say your model name, like the name of the model should be, let's say, review, and when you do something like this, like create, okay, and then you do something like that, so you will not be able to do something like create, then doing something like this when you don't unguard. But when you do the unguard, so you can just do something like this, and automatically the data will be saved automatically. But if you don't do this one, Laravel will just need or it will just ask you for defining the fillable properties here. Okay, so it is important to know that when to unguard or when to use the guard. So most of the time I can just use this way because it's much cleaner, and it's likely to remind the developer so that to make sure that only we can be able to update the fields that we have from the database. Okay, after that, now we have the scope here because we want to get the group of these settings. So let's define that scope here. So we are going to have the scope called the group. Let me import this one, and then let's put here the attribute. All right, so this is a group, and then we have the helper method, which is for getting the value of any settings that you want. So it will just pass the two parameters. So the first one will be the key value that you are going to pass here, and then the second parameter should be if this is the default or no. So this will be null by default, and then here it will just say the setting that you are going to get. You are going to get where its key equals to the key that you're going to pass here, then we're going to get the first setting. And if the setting is not there, so we're going to return the default value. Okay, and then here we're going to return the static casted value, which is the value that we are going to get from here. Right, so when just to get the setting, we're going to get its value, and then the type of that specific setting. Okay, after that, now we have the set method because already we have the get, so we need to have the set. So the get will be for retrieving the setting value, but the set will be for setting the settings value. Okay, so here you can see this is why we are doing this, because we have the key here, the value, the type, which should be string by default, and it should be group by default. But if you pass this one, so they will be overwritten, and then here is where we are going to create them. So we are just going to use the update or create method because it will just check for this attribute. So if the key already exists, they will be updated, but if the key is new, so they will be created. So this is why we are using this update or create method. Okay, after that, then we have to define this method because you can see we have used the cast value method, but we don't define it here. So let me just define it here very quickly. So it should be protected static function, which is cast value, and it should pass the two details or parameters. So the first one should be value, and the second one should be type. Okay, then here we are going to do the matching. So we're just going to return the match method or function. So it will be something like this. So on the expression that we are going to match should be the type, and then we are going to say if the type should be Boolean. So we're just going to do the filter variable. Okay, then we're going to say value, then we're going to say filter validate, so filter underscore validate Boolean. Okay, so it will just filter for the values that are all Boolean, and then we are going to check if the type is number, then we are going to say just is number. No, it's numeric basically. It's numeric. Then we're going to pass the value, and then if it's not, we can also have this like if else. So we're just going to say float, and then yeah, so what is happening here is just type hinting this value, because if it's a numeric, so we are going to make this one to be type hinted to float. But if it's not a numeric, so we're just going to return the value itself. Okay, so this is just for checking, so it will just return it true or false, and then after that we are going to check it that way. Okay, then we have if the value is JSON. So we're just going to say JSON encode. No, I mean we should use the decode, JSON decode, and here we're just going to decode the value that we're going to pass here, and then associative, we should make it to be true, because this one should allow you to pass the value which is in JSON, and then we should define if this is associative or not. Okay, so it should be true, and after that, now let me terminate here. So now we have defined this method, which we use it here on the get or on the getter method. Okay, so now we have everything on place. On user model, I guess everything already we have done, so this is done. So now we have everything that we need on the database side. So now it will be the good time for us to start to build the backend side on our admin panel. So we're going to start to build this one in a minute. Right, so welcome to this new session where we are going to start to build the backend side, which is our admin panel. So on this side, we are going to start by creating the related Filament resources and put everything that we need to have. So the first step should be to sign in as an admin, and before we do that, it's a good idea to install the Shield plugin, which will help us to manage the roles and permissions. So let's just scroll down here, and this is the command for installing the package. So let me just copy the command. Let's go to the terminal of our application. So just Control J, and this will open the terminal. And from the terminal here, let me just paste the command. And this is the command that we should do. And then you click enter. So this will start to require this shield. And then we are going to continue with our video. Right, so you can see now Filament Shield is now installed successful. So now it's time to finish up the installation part. So we can configure and publish the configuration file of this package. So let me just click copy this command. Then let's run it on our terminal. So here you can see now we have the configuration files, which should be found on the config directory here. Then we have filament shield.php file. So here you should be able to see the configurations that you can put. So you can see the shield resource. So this is how the resources and other things will be managed if you are using multi-tenants. So here you can put the tenants model. Then you have the auth model, which is used as a auth provider. So here we are using user. So if you change this one, let's say you are using another model which is not user, so you have to change this one. And for the superadmin, so you can see that the superadmin feature is enabled, and the name of the role should be superadmin, super_admin. Then there's other things that you can change. So the panel user, we have these details. You can also change this, for example, this separator, which is used to create the permissions. So you can just change that, the way the casing is stored in the database. the way the policies are being generated and other things, so you can be able to change those details here. For the localization, the auto detection of the resources and other things, so you can exclude here some of the resources or some of the other things that you don't want to be included in this package. Okay, so there is more of these details. So here is where you can put the custom permissions if you have to define it. So there is more things that you can do. So I recommend you to go through this documentation, and that's when you'll be able to use it correctly. So for the case of our project, so these basic settings will just save our project well. So the first step will be to add this has roles trait. So let's add that on our users model. So let's go to the user. So let me collapse this sidebar. Okay, so let me hide the sidebar, and then let's search for the user model. So on user model here, let's put that has roles. So this is the trait that you should import here, and make sure that you use it here. Okay, so now that is the first step. So the second step will be to do this command. So PHP @ shield setup. So this is actually working. So you can just do that. For example, you can just do the following. So let's go to the terminal. I'll just create, and then I can just paste the command. And then run it. So this should do the setup automatically, but if it happens that it does not do the setup automatically, so you can just do the following thing. So for example, now it says this is configured, but let's check it from the admin panel. So let's go to the admin panel here. So if it was not added here automatically, so what you can do, you can just do the following thing. So you can just say plugins. Okay, and then you can return the array of plugins, and here we can just call it shield, which is Filament shield plugin. And then should use the make like this way. Okay, so make sure that you have imported the Filament shield plugin up here. Okay, so now we have added it successfully here. So now we can be able to use it on our system. So the first step will be to create the superadmin. So for example, we can just go to the terminal, and here on the terminal, what we can do, we can just run the following command, which is already defined on the documentation, but I'll just do it here. So PHP @ make, like I can make shield admin. So if you have any user between on the system, it will ask you for which user you want to make it the superadmin. But if you don't have any user, it will ask you for creating the new user. So the first step will be to select the panel that we will use. This is important because if you have multiple panels on your Filament PHP admin, so it will just ask you for which panel do you use. Just select it by putting 0, then enter. So here, since I have 2 users on my system, so that's why it asks me for which user ID I want to use as the superadmin. So for here, I'll just put the first one, which is ID of 1. So I'll just put 1, and then I'll click enter. So now you see, so this will be the superadmin account. So now let's go back here. Let's try to log in again with that account. So let me refresh the system. So let me log in with the account of admin@example.com. Then I'll put the password. So here you can see we have been redirected to the system, and here on the side you see we have a new link, which you should see this drop down link or drop down navigation group, which is called the Filament Shield, and inside it we have this new link which is called the roles. So here on the roles is where you're going to manage your system roles and permissions. So this is provided automatically by Filament Shield plugin. So the plugin will just generate this automatically. After when you just add that plugin here on the panel, so it will just add that sidebar link here automatically, so that you can be able to test it yourself. So currently you see we have only one user, role, which is super admin, that we have created automatically by using the Filament Shield installation. So when you open that, so here it has opened and you can see the name of the resource, of the role, which is super admin. Then you can see the guard name which we are using, which is called the web. Okay, and then here on the permissions we see that only we have the role permissions that we can assign. So here since this is a super admin role, so this permission will be added automatically to our role. So we don't have we don't need actually to check this because that will be added automatically, but you can just add them if you want to do the assurance, but that will be added automatically. So for now, since we have only one role and we don't have other resources, so it's a good idea to start building the resources that we want on our system. So let's go to the system, to the code, and then let's try to create the new resources accordingly. So the first resource that we're going to create will be for managing the categories. So let's say PHP artisan make, then filament resource, and then we should give the name of the category model. Then we can say that we want to generate all the fields and forms based on the category model. So all the fields and columns that we have on the database will be used to generate these fields. And then we need to have a view page for these categories, but I guess that is not important for now, so we can just do that. So means now we are just going to create the category and we are going to do the generation of the fields for the table and the form. So here it will ask you for the title attribute, and this title attribute it will be used when you are doing the global search. So I'm going to show you how we are going to use the global search. So for here on the category, the name should be the attribute. So let's put that. And here it will ask you if you need the read-only view page for this. So I'll just say no. All right. So now we have generated this category resource. So currently on the admin side of the super admin, if we refresh, we should be able to see that new resource here, which is categories. So if I open that, you see now this is the page for managing the categories, and this is the form. So the form for managing the categories is this one. So here we have the slug, we have other fields that we need. So for now, what I'll do, I want to update this form a little bit, but before that, let's change the icon, and also let's change this grouping of this resource. So let's go to that resource page, which is this one. So let me close the terminal. So this is our resource. So on the category, I want to use the tag as an icon, and then I'll just refresh. So you should be able to see this icon has been changed. And then for the navigation group, we need to change that navigation group. So let's just check it from the resources. So this is from Filament documentation, and you have to scroll to here on the navigation, then search for grouping resources. So when you are grouping the resources, you have to do or to use this way. So let me just put it here. Right. So we need to import this enum, which is unit enum. So use it there, and then after that, this should be we can just call it catalog. So this will be the navigation group name. Okay, so let's go back here on our system, refresh again. Yep, so you see now we are on the catalog and we have the categories. So now let's dive on the form. So let's try to create or to update the form so that we can have a form which is looking a little bit good. So here we need to use the sections. So these are the layout way of creating the forms. So here I'm going to say make, then I'm going to say category information. Okay, and then you can just use the schema. Basically you have to import this one. Okay, so then a schema. This is not and then schema, and then inside the schema here is where we are going to put these details. So on the first category information, we are just going to have the name, the slug, and the description plus the image. Okay, so let's put them here. Let me squeeze them a little bit, but you can just use the document formatter. So for example, you can just say Control-Shift-P, and then you can just search for document format, and then if you click it, you see, so the document was formatted automatic. So you just need to click Control-Shift-P, and then you can see, so this is the shortcut. So you can just do Shift plus Alt plus F. That's when you are going to format the form or the code. So I can just do Control Z so that we can try that. So Control Alt then F. Okay, so this does not work on my side, so Control, so it is Shift Alt F. So it is Shift Alt F, you see. So this is the shortcut for doing the document formatting. Okay, so after that, now as we have changed that, so the format should change here, you see. So the category information now contains these fields. So now let's make it a full column width. So let's say full column span. Okay, and then after that, let's use 2 columns. So this is how it looks like on the light theme, but if you change it to dark theme, so this is how it will look like. Okay, so now after that, on the name, we need to do the one of the change, because we want when the user will be typing something here, so the slug will be automatically created. So if it will not be created here on the category model, we have this one which will help us to generate the category slug. But for now, you can just decide to put this slug field here, or you can just remove it. So when you will just remove this one, so means it will just be created automatically from the database. So what you can do on this name field is just to do other validations. If you have, for example, you can say, let's say the maximum length or anything else that you can think of. So you can just add that validation on this field. But for now, I'll just leave it that way. And then for the slug, what I can do, I can just say, for example, instead of just hiding it, we can just say this will be required. So we can just do something like this. So required on, okay, we can just say just say function, then we can say operation, then here we can say this will be when the operation equals to create. Basically this is wrong, so what you can do here to simplify this one, basically we, instead of dealing with this required, so what we can do here, instead of making this one to be required, we can just do the following. So we can say this should be visible on, and then on the operation here, so because this one accepts the operation, so we can say this should be visible only when you are doing editing, okay? And when you are doing editing, so that's when you are going to see this flag field, because now it is visible. So if I refresh, it should be gone here, you see. So now it is not there, and you can be able to create the category. After that, the category will be created automatically by the category model here. So it will use this creating event, and then it will create the slug. And when you are doing the editing, the field will be shown here. But when it will be shown, we don't want to make it to be required. So what you can do is just to say it should be unique. Then we can say ignore record, then true. Okay, so means that on edit, if this record is already existing, so we can just ignore it, so that we cannot run into the error of saying that this field is already taken, or that slug is already taken. Okay, so that is a way of doing it. So I think that is fine for now. Now the next step will be to update the description field, which we can say we can add the number of rows for this text area, because this is a text area field. So we can say the rows, which should be the number of rows, we can put there 3, and then this is a full column and span, so it is fine now. And then for the image, let's update the directory where this image will be stored. So first, the disk, specify the disk, which should be public. Then directory, we can just say the directory can be categories. Okay, after that, you can decide to put a lot of things here. For example, you can say, let's say you want to put something like image editor, if you want the user to be able to edit the images. Then you can decide to say preserve the file names. There is a lot of configurations that you can do on your images. So you can say this can be downloadable, you see. So all of these you can decide to put them or remove them, so it's up to you. So for now that is fine. Now then let's have another section down here, which will help us to control how to display the details. So we're just going to say make, then we're going to say this is display settings. And what I mean by using this one, so here we're just going to put the following things. Because here we have the toggle for checking if this is active or not. So this will be used here on the settings, so that we can just control how this can be visible or not visible, but also on the side of sorting order. Okay, so the sort order will help us to sort the details on the form, on the table. So for now, on the meta details, we need to have another section. So I'll just copy paste this one. So this will be meta details, or we can just say search engine optimization, and then just cut and paste here. All right, so this should be fine now. Yeah, you can just do Shift Alt F to format the document. So now all the code will be formatted as we expected. So now if we go back here, refresh the form, Yep, you see, so the forms now look good. So on this section, I want to use 2 columns, so we can just say columns, then 2, and then if you go back and refresh, yeah, so this looks a little bit good. So now let's try to create the first category. So what we can do, we can just say, let's say fashion and apparel. Okay, then on the description you can put something here. So for now I'll just leave it that way, and then on the image we can just use any of the image. So for example, I can just use one of the images. So let me put the image from here. Yeah, so let me use this one. So this will be the image. So let's leave it so that it can upload successful. Okay, so now it is good. Now on the active, I'll just put this one to be active. On sort order, I'll just leave it to 0. So let's try to create. See, so now the product was created successful, and you can see that the slug is now visible, but it was created automatically. So for now, you see, the user can be able to delete it, but I want that feature to be removed. So what I'll do, I'll just go back here on the slug, and I'll put this one to be read only, like this way. Yeah, so refresh again. Yep, so now the user won't be able to delete this one. So now if we go back to the resource, the categories table, now we should be able to see something like this. Okay, so I'll just remove this meta title because I don't want to see it on the table. So I'll just go back here, and then I'll open the categories table, and then from here I want to remove the meta title. Refresh. Yep, so now everything looks good. So we have the first category. So now on the disk category resource, we are done. So now let's go to the next one, which should be the brands. So let's have another one for managing the brand. So let me close all of these. Okay, now let's go back to the terminal page, and then let's run again the same command for creating the resource. So we're going to say brand. So this was the name of the model, and then click enter. So this will ask you for the title. So the title should be also the name for the brand, and then I'll say no. And after that, you should be able to update the resource that you have created. So this will be the new resource that you're going to do. And on the icon, which is our navigation icon, because currently you should be able to see something like this. If I go back and refresh, here we have the brand. So let's change the icon. So on the icon here, we're going to use the building storefront. Okay, if you go back here and refresh, yep, so you can see now it has changed. So now let's put the same navigation group as the one for categories. So let's use the one from categories, which is this one. Okay, and make sure that you import the unit enum so that this one will work. So let's go back and refresh. So these two should be now reside inside the catalog, you see, this way. Okay, so now let's open the the brands, and then let's go to the form. So this is how it looks like. So now let's update this form a little bit quickly with the same thing that we did for the categories. So we are just going to have the section, and we're going to have the sections for our 2 sections. So the one for the brand details and the one for display settings. So let's do that. On the brand, let's go to the form, and basically here the record title attribute is this one, and this attribute I'm going to show you here on the global search. Here is where you're going to utilize these details. For example, we've created the categories. So if you want to let's say to search for the category here on the global search, you can just do something like we created the category called the fashion and apparel. So if we search for it, you see, so now it will be here. For example, here it says there is a category known as fashion and apparel on categories. So if I click this one, it should direct me to the categories edit page like this one. Okay, so that is the importance of using that global search record title attribute. So now let's update this form. So what we're going to have here is the section. So let's define the section here. And then make, here we're going to say brand information. Then we define the schema. Inside the schema, here is where we are going to have the following things up to here. All right, let's have another section here. Then this should be display settings, schema, then copy these two, cut, paste, and now let's do Shift Alt F to format the document. And now let's see how it looks like on the form here. Yep, so this is how it looks like, but I want this one to be the two columns, and this one should be on the bottom side. So what you can do is just to say this one should have the columns of 2, but also it should be a full span column. Okay, this way, and then this one we can just leave it that way and refresh. Yeah, so it will be something like this, because I want this one's fields sometimes to be visible, so that the one can just put these details as needed. After that, now we need a way to generate the slug for the brand. I believe we defined that functionality here, so it's already there. So we just need to do the same thing as we did for the category side. So we just need to say this should be visible on edit. Then we can just say this is a read only field, but also we need to make sure that it is unique, but record just say ignored record, then true, so that it can ignore the record when we are doing the edit. So that will help us to avoid the item already taken or the slug already taken. Okay, so that is by ignoring the current ID. Okay, and then after that, on the description, let's put the row to 3 number of rows, and then on the logo, so this is an image, so basically we need to control that where it should be stored and the other things. So the first step will be to make sure that this should be only accept the images, but we need to change this one. Instead of being a text input on the logo, so this one should be image upload field. So no, it is file upload. Okay, so that is the name of the field. So you can learn more about this one on the Filament documentation here. So just go to the forms, and here you will find the field called the file upload. and here is where you will get all the required details for this field. So you can see there is a lot of configurations that you can have. Okay, so for now, let's just put some of the things. So this should be an image. Also, we can just say the directory where this should store the files, or should be the directory called the brands. Then we have the disk, so you can specify the disk if you want. So this should be public, but if you don't specify this one, it will use the one that you used on the .env file here, because on the .env we already said that all the file system will be stored on the public directory. Okay, so here the other thing that you can do, we can just say, let's say maximum size. Okay, so the maximum size of the file, let's say we can say 2 megabytes. So you can just put something like this. Okay, so that is for validation. And other than that, you can just say, let's say you want a user to be able to edit the logo. So we can just say image editor. Okay, so that way. And after that, on the website, you can just put the, let's say, the placeholder, because that should be a URL, which is a true. And then the placeholder, which let's say placeholder. So on the placeholder, you can put something like HTTPS. So let's put this one on the columns, HTTPS, for example, // then example.com. Yep, so that will be a placeholder, and let me remove this default value. Okay, so we have something like that. And then on the other things, for example, on the sort order, we can just leave it that way, and then on the is active, we can also leave it that way. Okay, so now if we go back here, refresh our page. Yeah, so here you can see this is a placeholder, and it will only accept the URLs. And then on the name, we can put the name of the brand. For example, let's say we have the brand, let's say for Samsung. Okay, and you can put the description. You can add the logo for the Samsung brand, and then you can mark this to be active, and then you can create. Okay, see, so the brand was created successful. And if you go back here, you see, so this is the brand that we have created. So now if I search for Samsung, you see, so here it shows that there is a brand which is called the Samsung. So if I open it, and it will be opened here on the this page. Okay, so now for the brand, we have everything that we need. So the next one should be the customer's resource. So let's define that. Let me close that one. Let's go to the terminal again. Let's do another filament resource creation. So let's say customer. And then here on the customer, make sure that the customer name is the same. So let me search for the customer. So make sure that we have everything that is equal. So this is the name. So let's use that as the global attribute. Okay, then let's generate for other remaining resources. So we have another one for orders. Okay, for the order, let's see on the order which field we can use as a attribute that we can use on the global search. So we can use the order number. So let's put order underscore number. So this is on order. Then we have another one which is products, then on the product, I guess we have the name again. Let's check on the product here. We have the name, yep. And then after that, we have the coupon. Then on the coupon, let's see which field that we can use here. We have code. And then the last one, we have the review. Okay, so for this one, for the review, we can just leave it that way. So I can just don't put anything there, and then I'll generate the resource. Okay, so after that, now the admin should be able to see all the resources here. Yep. So now let's start to update one by one. So let's start with the one for customers, so that the admin can be able to manage the customers. So let's go to the customers. Okay, so here let's go to the customers resource. So here on the customers resource, so this one should be users. That should be the icon that I'm going to use for the customers. Okay, so this one should be users, and then after that, this one I can put it on the let me just use this navigation in group, import the unit enum, so use unit enum, right? And this one should be customer management. Okay, and then let's go to the new customer. So let's update this one here. So let's go to the customer form, and from here we need to define the section. So let's use the filament section. Then we have the make field or the make method. Here we are going to define the name, which should be customer information. Then we have the schema here, and inside the schema we're going to return all the fields. All right, and basically, because if you remember on my introduction, I mentioned that the customers table or the customers model is the one that we're going to use to control authentication on the customers side, means on the front end side, which is not on this backend side of admin panel. So means here we need to have another section which will be for managing the password. So I just say password infos, and then I can put the schema, right? And here I can remove the password field and put it down here, and then I can duplicate that field to password confirmation. Yeah, so that way. And then after that, now let's update these fields one by one. So on the email, so this one should be an email true, and also we should make sure that this is unique, but ignored the current record this way. All right, and then after that, on the phone number, this can be a telephone number, and then on the date of birth, we can make sure that this one uses the native date time picker, and then the display, we can just try to format the display format. Display format can be month, day, then year. Right, on the gender, so we have these details for male, female, and other. Okay, so that is fine, and we can also make sure that this also uses the native. And then on the native, we can just say false. Okay, so that way, similar way to the date picker. So let's use the same method here. All right, refresh. Okay, let's put this one to 2 columns. Yeah, so this way, and now this are the fields that we added. So on the password side, what we are going to do here is to perform the following changes. So the first one will be to control the dehydrated field. So here we're going to say it should be dehydrated. Then we can just say state, then should be filled with the state. Okay, then we need to define the dehydrate state using then allow function. Then here we have to pass the string operation, and then when the operation will be equals to create. Okay, so when the operation equals to create, so we are going to dehydrate this field. Means we are going to repopulate that field. Okay, and this is important because when you are doing the create, so we want this field to be filled with the current state. Okay, and then after that we can just say that this field this is not right, I guess. This is basically dehydrated using and dehydrated. Okay, so what we can do here, this one is for controlling when this one should be required. Yeah, so this one is required. Yeah, so this makes more sense that it will be only required when the operation equals to create. But for the dehydrated, this makes more sense. Okay, but dehydrated using dehydrated or dehydrate state using, so dehydrate state using, so this one should be something like this. So you can have this way, but if it happens that this is empty, So we can just say hash and then state. So this should act as an if else and then null. Okay, it should be this way. So if it happens that when you fill it by the state and the state let's say is there, so we are going to use that state and hash it, means we are going to encrypt it and then we are going to store it on the field. But if it happens that the state is null, so we have to return null automatically. Okay, so this will be the changes that we need to add on the password. Then on the password confirmation, so here we can just say same as the password. Okay, and then we're just going to say this should be dehydrated. Then we can just say false. We don't want to dehydrate this field. And then on the required, we can just do the same thing, that it should be required only when you are doing the create operation. Okay, this way. Right, so now everything is fine. Now if you go back here, refresh again, yeah, so now we can be able to create our first customer. So let's create it by generating it here. And these two fields, we can make them to be revealable so that the user can be able to show them the password. So revealable. Okay, refresh again. Now let's put the test user or the dummy user, and now you see we can be able to see the passwords. So let me just remove these brackets. Okay, so now this is fine. Email verified at and date of birth, and then gender is active. Let's try to create. Yeah, so this customer has been created. If you go back here on the e-commerce DB and let's go to the customers table, you should be able to see the customers being created here. So you can see this is the customer that we have created. Okay, so now this is fine. Let's go to the table, and on the table too you can see all the details that we want, and I think that is fine. So if there is anything to add on, we will just add a little later, so that for now we can just continue with the other things. So later on I will just show you how to add the filters and also how to add the other custom fields here on the customer listing. And after that, now let's update the product. So let's update the product very quickly. So what you should be doing here is to go to the code, close it. Now let's go to the product resource, and here we should have the shopping bag, and then this one should be in the catalog navigation group. So let me copy this one and then let me use it here. Okay, then use unit enum. Let's go back, refresh. Yep, so we have the mini products. Let's open the product. So you can see this is the product. It has a lot of things. So let's go direct to the form. So this is our form. Now let's start to update that form very quickly. So here what we are going to have, we are going to implement a feature which is known as tabs. So we are going to use the tabs here. So basically that you can find it here on the schemas, and here you see we have a way to use the tabs. Okay, so we're going to use this feature on this particular resource form. Okay, so you're going to have something like this. So let's try to put that tabs here. So let's go to the product form. All right, and here let's define the tabs. So the first thing, you need to have these outer tabs, and then you have to define the inner tabs. So we can just use this way. And let's import this one. Right. Okay, so now we have all the tabs that we want. So the first tab, so basically this one we can give it a name for product details, and then the first tab can contain the basic key information. So basic key information. Okay, and on the basic information we can have an icon, and on the icon we can use the hero icon, then we can use the information cycle, okay, something like that. And then inside that we are going to have this schema. So on the schema, let's define the section, and then this section can have product details, and then here let's define the schema. Okay, and inside this schema is where we are going to have the name. So let's use the following fields. So basically we are going to have the name, the slug, the category ID, and the brand ID. So let's copy these fields. Let me do Shift Alt F, format it a little bit. Okay, and then just organize this well. So the name and slug should start here, and then on the slug we are going to do the same thing. So make this one to be visible only while the operation should be equals to edit. Okay, so that is when the slug field will be visible. And then also let's make this one to be unique, but ignored record should be true. Okay, so it will be this way. And then for the name, everything is fine. Now let's go to the category. So on the category, here we need to make sure that this one is a select field. Okay, and after that let's define the relationship, which we have already defined this relationship between the product and category, which is called the category relationship. And then on the attribute we need to pass the field called the name, which is a column on the categories table. Okay, after that we need to make sure that this field will be protected, but it will be searchable, okay, so that someone can be able to search among the categories. So similar things will happen to the brand ID. So we need to make sure that this is not numeric, even this one, okay, and this one should be a select field as well. Okay, so it will be that way, and then now we have everything that we need here. But the other thing, we need to make sure that someone can be able to create a new category if they don't see the category on the list that they can search from here. For example, if you go back here, refresh, you see, so this is the tab. So if someone is searching for the category and they do not see the category, so they want to create it so that they can be able to create it from here directly. So to do so, what we can do is just to have another function which is called the create option form. So on this option form, let's put some of the fields from the category form. So let's go to category form, which you should put the name and the slug, okay. So it will be this way, and now if you go back here and refresh, now we have this button which is an action. So when you click it, it should show you a form to create a new category. See, so here we can just put a new category, let's say food and drinks. Let's try to create. You see, so now the new category has been created, and here it is available, and it will be auto selected. So this is a shortcut way of creating the category. So now let's go back to the brand ID. So this is connected to brand and not the category. So this is connected to brand. Okay, so here if I refresh, this one should be updated. Yep, so you see, so now this is on brand, and we need to add the same thing here. So let's go down here, create option form, and then from the brand form, let's take the user, the brand name and the slug. Then Shift Alt F. Okay, so now everything is fine. Yeah, so this is fine now. So here the same thing, we can be able to create a new brand if you want. So here you can create a new brand, let's say Apple. So that will be auto selected when it will be created. So now let's deal with the description. So on the same tab, so along the same tab here, so you can just check where the tab ends. So it is here. So here we have the section. So when that section ends, let's define another section, and then make. Then this one should be for product description, schema, and then inside this schema we need to put the short description and the description field. So let's cut them, paste. All right, and then this description field, we can actually make this one to be instead of being just a normal text area, so we can put this one to be a rich editor. Okay, so we can say this is a rich editor, and then after that, if we go back here and refresh, yeah, so here we have the short description, and here is where we can put the long description data. Okay, so after adding those changes, now this one should be a two columns section, so we can just put it here. Yeah, so it looks like this way. And now let's deal with the second tab, which we are going to put the pricing. So on this second tab, this should be the pricing and inventory. Okay, so on the pricing, basically the first thing will be to change the icon. So here we're just going to use the same hero icon. Then we're going to use currency dollar. Then inside this tab, we are going to define a section. Then you use the pricing, schema. Then here we need to put the SKU, the price, compare price up to this one. Let's cut them first. Then Shift Alt F. Okay, so now at least it looks good. So if you go back here, refresh, pricing and inventory, so now it looks good. So you can shift between the two, and now here you see that we have the SKU and the other pricing fields. So let's update them so that they can look a little bit good. So on the SKU, we need to make sure that this one is unique, but we ignore the current record. Okay, and then on the SKU, you can just put here like a helper method, helper text. So you can say, let's say this should be stock keeping unit, your unique identifier. Okay, so after that, for the SKU, now let's go to the price. So on the price, this one should have the prefix, which already we have it. What we can add is a minimum value for this one. So minimum value, which should be 0. And then for the step, yeah, so for step, here you can put the steps that you want to add when you are using the up arrow and the row and the down arrow when you use to update the price. Okay, so it will be, let's say you can put something like 0.1. yeah, so but if you are using some cents on your pricing, like the dollar can have multiple cents, so like multiple number of decimal places, so you can use something like this one. So this will make more sense when you are using the currency of dollar. Okay, and that will apply the same to this one. So let's put something like that. Also on the cost price. Okay, so actually we have here the price, we have the compare price, and we have the cost price. So the difference between the compare price and the other two, so this will be the selling price. If you are you want, let's say, to let the user or the user of the system to understand what is happening, you can put here the helper text. So this will be the selling price. Okay, this one will be the price that you are going to use to show the users that you are supposed to pay for, let's say, a certain amount of let's say price, but you have get, let's say, a percentage, let's say 20% off. So that price is the one that let's say, let me just show you that here. So this will be original price show discount, you see. Okay, and then after that, this is from supplier. So this we say it is a cost from supplier. This will be useful when you are calculating the profit. So you're going to check on this for profit calculations. Okay. So basically, here you may say something like this. So on compare price, you can say this was supposed to be sold $50, but here on the selling price, after applying the discount, so you are going to say now let's say you have applied a percentage of, let's say, 10. So when you do that, means you have to calculate the percentage of the 10% of this one. So when you get that value, that will be the value that you're going to put it here. So for example, I assume that you will get the percentage for the 10 to be 40, you see. So if you get it to be 40, so this will be the price that will be shown on the item, but this one will be shown as a line crossed, so it will be crossed on the middle here. So we are going to say that you have get the discount of 10%, see, or we're going to say you have 10% off, see, and then this one will be crossed. Okay, so it will be crossed. So I'm going to show you how we are going to use the two. Okay, so for now, let's just leave it that way, and now let's continue down here. So we have the selling price, original price, and the cost from supplier. Okay, so on this section we are done. Now let's add the one for inventory, because here we have the pricing and inventory on this tab. So let's add the inventory down here. So let's add the section for inventory. So section make, then we're going to say inventory, then schema. So here inside the schema, we are going to have the following things. So the first one will be the one to manage stock. So we're going to have this toggle. Okay, so this will be here. Okay, and it is going to have the following changes. So we need to make sure that this is default. It should be true. Okay, and then we need to make sure that this is let's say you can put the helper text here to let the user know that this enable stock management for this product. After that, we can say this should be required only, so we can just say callable get, then okay, but this one should not be required basically, because the user can either toggle it off or not. So we can just remove this one and this one. Then we should make this to be live, because when you toggle it, it will just update the other fields. So we have to make this one to be live. Okay. After that, now we need to add the other field, which is stock quantity. So cut it and then paste it here. Okay. After that, let me squeeze it a little bit. Then we have another field which is low stock threshold, which is this one. Let's update this one a little bit. So this one should be required, but it should be required only, so get only when the manage stock will be true. Okay, and then we need to disable it. So we can say disabled the similar way. So arrow function, and here we're going to call the callable get. Then we are going to do the same check. So it will be disabled if this manage stock will be default to false. So manage stock, so it will check for this field. Okay, so if this field is true, this one will be required, but if it is false, so means it will be disabled automatically. Okay, after that, you can put here some default value, like this should be started from 0 because this is an integer. Then we need to, let's say you can add the label if you wanted to make it more readable to your user. So you can add a label like this is a stock quantity. Okay, so now that's fine. Now let's update the low stock threshold. So this one should have, we can change this one to use the toggle buttons. Okay, so this one should have options, because on database we defined it as an enum field. So we need to have options here, and the options that we are going to have is in stock, out of stock, and on back order. Okay, so these are the status that we need to have. So let me squeeze it a little. Yeah, so after that I need to make this one to be grouped. Okay, and you can differentiate the colors between the buttons, but for now I'll just leave it that way. Okay, and then let me remove this one because now it will not be numeric. Okay, so that's fine, and you can put the default to in stock. Okay, so that's fine. And the last field here on the inventory will be the weight. Okay, so this one will be for weight calculation. So here we can say weight, just put the label, which we can say weight, then you can put in kg. For example, if you are putting this one in kilograms, okay, but if you put it in a different SI unit, so you can just put it there. Okay, it will be that way. And then it should have the minimum value so that we cannot put the negative values, so we can just say 0. Okay, and then you can say this one is used for shipping calculation. So let's put the helper text and say used for shipping calculations. Okay, so that will be fine. So now if we go back to the system and refresh again, so pricing and the inventory, and now we should be able to see that the inventory is down here and you can see the pricing is up here. So let's put this one to have 2 columns. So it will be similarly to this one. Right, so that they can stay side by side. So now let's refresh again. Pricing and inventory. Okay, so now they looks like this way, you see. So basically for this one, you see, so because we have used these buttons, so that's why you see things like this. So this is not looking good. So let's change this one, instead of toggle buttons to be select. Okay, and let's remove this one, and we can just say native post, refresh. Yeah, so now it looks great, you see. Okay, so now let's go to the next tab, and basically these tabs, we need to make sure that this takes the rule space. So column span should be full. Refresh. Yep, so now that's good. And pricing and inventory, so this will look this way, and the third tab is the one that we are going to create now. So let's go back here, scroll down right here. Okay, so now on this tab we are going to control the images of our products. So we are going to create another section, but before that let's add the icon, which should be from hero icon, and then we can just say photo. Okay, so Shift Alt F to format the document. So now the code looks great for easy readability. And now let's add here the section, make, then we can just say product images. Then on the description, you can say upload multiple images. The first image will be the primary image. Okay, so this is to make your users able to understand what is going on the background. And then from here, let's put the schema for this section. And here we start to put the required field. So the first field will be the one for images. So I guess I put it up here. Let's see if we have it. Images. If it's not there, we need to add it. Yep, so it's not there. So let's put file upload and then make images, because I remember we added that one on the product migration. Basically it will be in product images. So when we put it the images here, so we're going to use a way to save this image on the images table. So I'm going to show you how to upload it. So because they live in different tables, so we're going to save that custom way. So let me just show you. Here we're going to have the label, and on the label we're going to say product images. Then we need to allow to upload multiple images. Okay, so just put the multiple function there. Make sure that you upload only the images. Then we can say the directory where we're going to store these images will be called the products. Then we can say we can allow the user to edit the images that they upload. We need to control the maximum file size, and here we can just put, let's say, 248, and then you can say this can be reorderable, so the user can reorder the order of your images. Then we need to say column span should be full. Then you can say helper text, and then you can say you can drag and drop to reorder images. And then we need to define a way that we are going to save these images. Okay, so to define the way to save these images, so we're going to use the method called the save relationship then using. So this will be the function that we're going to use to save the relationship that we have here, which is between the images and product. Okay, so here we're going to pass a callback function which will have the following things. So we'll have a component, we'll have state and record. Okay, and then inside it we're going to, first thing will be to delete the existing images if it happens that the user is updating these details. So we have to delete the existing images. So we're going to say record, then delete, actually it's record images, then delete. Then after that we're going to create a new image by checking if is array. Okay, so the state, actually when you are saying state, so this will be the current state of this field. So all the data that it contains will be stored in this value called the state. So if that value will be an array, because we are uploading the multiple images, so they will be stored in a form of arrays. So we're going to confirm if that is an array, but if it's an array, so we're going to look through those data. So we're going to say state is I'm going to change this one. Instead of key, we're going to call it index, and then this one will be image path, okay, this way, so that we can be able to understand. And then what we're going to do is to create the data. So we're going to say record images, then ph, okay, then we're going to have this way. Okay, then after that, we are going to store in the following fields. On the images, we have the field called the image path, if you want to cross-check. So on product image, we had the field called the image path, okay? And then this should store the image path. Then we have a field to determine if this image will be the primary image. So is primary, so we're going to use it here, and then we're going to say this should store the index, but it will be an index if that index equals to 0. So the first image will always be the first or the primary image. That's why we put this text here, okay? And then we have the sort order. So this helps you to track the sorting, and then here we can just put index, okay, this way. So by using this way, we're going to save these details on the images table, but this is actually a relationship that is already existing on the product table. So here on the product table, we have the relationship called the images, which is this one, you see. So basically, we're going to use that relationship here to save these details by using this function called the save relationship using, and then you pass the details, and then this is what you're going to do, okay? So that will be for the images, but before you finish, it is a good idea to use here the, so let me check this one where it ends here. So we need to make sure that here we don't do the dehydration. So force, yeah, this way. So make sure that we don't do the dehydration, okay? So after that, the images will be good. So now we will have the images tab here. So refresh. Yep, so this is how it will look like. So here is where the user will be able to upload the images. So after that, stock status, already we have it. No. So this one should, oh, I messed up here. So this is not the right thing, because up here you can see I've mixed up this one, raw stock threshold, with the stock status. So what we can do, this one should not be raw stock, it should be stock status, okay? And then the raw stock threshold should be just a normal text. So text input, and then it should be raw stock threshold. Then you can put the label and say raw stock alert threshold. Then this should be numeric. The default value can be 0. And then the minimum value too should be 0. And then you can put the helper text for helping your users. So you can say get notified when stock falls below this. Okay, so by putting that way, so we need to remove this field because already we've used it. Okay, so now let's add the settings tab, because already we have the images tab here. So let me just copy this tab, and basically we don't need to copy it because we can just create the tab down here. So this one will be for settings. So we can just scroll the tab here and then back. Then we're going to call it settings. And then we are going to have an icon here, which is coming from hero icon. And then we're going to call it the cog. Let's say 6 tooth. And then let's have the schema. And inside the schema, we're going to say section. And this will be product status. Okay, then we're going to have the fields for status, which is active. Oh, we didn't add the schema for this section. So paste it there. And then we need to put the is featured. And then let's put this one to be columns this way. And another section will be statistics. Okay, and inside this one, we're going to say this views count instead of being a text input. So this one we can say it should be placeholder. Okay, and if it's a placeholder, so means we need to get its content. So instead of these details, so let's say content, and its content will be function record, which can be null, then use count. Okay, and if it happens is 0, so we're going to show 0. Okay, and then after that we need to show the date created at. So when was this product created at, so we can have another placeholder and then make created at. On the label you can just say created, then its content will be arrow function, then pass the record, then we're going to say record. This also can be null, created, and okay, so that is a field that we have. It should be this way, okay, and then after that we can just say diff for humans, okay, and then if it's empty we can just put something like this, okay. So this diff for humans will just help you to format this date, like to say 1 minute ago, 2 hours ago, 1 day ago, and something like that. So it will just be showing the details in that way, okay. And then after that we need to make sure that the rule tab, basically here we have the thing for variant, so I'm going to show you how to add that very quickly. But also for the search engine optimization, let me copy paste this tab. Let me copy it, paste it down here, and this one can be search engine optimization. Then we can just say magnifying glass, and then let's put the section here, which will be search engine optimization. And then inside this search engine optimization, we're going to use these two fields. Okay, and then let's remove the section here and these columns. And then Shift Alt F. So this will format the document to look a little bit good. Now refresh. Okay, so we have the settings here, and you can see we have the search engine optimization here, okay. So after that, this image can, this product can have product variants. So if it can have variants, so it's a good idea to manage the variants here. So we're going to create a new tab for managing the product variants. So I'm going to put it after the images. So here we are going to have another tab which will be for variants. So what we are going to do here is to say product variants, then the description, basically we can add another icon before we put the description. So we can put icon, so hero icon, then you can use the square 2 stack or the square 2x2, okay, and then we can put the schema, okay, and put a comma here. So here on the schema we are going to have the toggle button, which is this one, and let's put it here. So this is our tab. Let me do Shift Alt F to squeeze it. Okay, yeah, so now it looks good. So now we have this product variant section or tab. So if I refresh again, now you should be able to see it here. Okay, so this will be for managing the variants. So here we are going to include one of the best feature of Filament PHP, which is when you go here on the resources, and for managing relationships. So you can see, so actually Filament gives you a variant way of managing the relationships in your app. So if you are just trying to manage the relationships, so there is different ways of managing the relationship, but one of that is called the repeaters. So this is include multiple related records inside their own forms. So you can read more about the repeaters here. So here is where you can be able to see how to use the repeaters. So this is the feature that we are going to use in our side. So let's go back here, and down here let's put the repeater, import it. All right, so Shift Alt F, okay, and then here let's define that this one, it will be basically we need to add the section first. So let me put the section and make let's call it product variant, then description, you can say add product variants like different sizes or colors. So this is a amazing feature that you can add in your system. And then let's put the schema. So to have a product variant management in the e-commerce application, so that is the best thing that you can do for the system. Okay, so now let's put the details here. So on our repeater, first you have to change this name. So for now we are going to call it variants. Okay, and then this one on the relationship method, you have to pass the name of the relationship between the product and variant. So the relationship with this one, so most of the time it will be determined automatically, but it's a good idea to put it here because sometimes it may be differently named. So if it will be named different, it will be not easier for Filament to guess for that name. Okay, so it is a good idea to pass it manually here. Okay, after that, now let's put the following fields. So we're going to have the text input here, which will be for the name. Okay, then we're going to have this one, we can just say it should be required. You can have the label and say variant name. Then we can have the placeholder to say, for example, red large. So that will be the example of the variant name, and then we can say the colon span, it will be 2. Okay, and then we have the other field, which is key value field. So this will store the options. Remember, on the product variant, we have the field called the options, which is this one, which stores the JSON values. Okay, so that's why we use here the key and value field, because this one will store the details as in JSON format. Okay, after that, let's put the other field, which will be for SKU. So basically we can just reuse the SKU field from here. where we have it, it should be this one. So let's go back to the variants here. Let's reuse it, and then what we can do here, we need to generate the SKU ourselves, because this one will not be created by the system. So let's say default arrow function, and then let's put here, which should be string variant, then something like that. Then I can call the string to upper, string to upper, then we can put the string and then random 8 characters. Okay, yep, it will be that way. And then we need to have the price. So basically I'm going to copy paste the price fields. So we're going to have the price, the compare price, and the stock quantity for that specific variant. Okay, and then we need to have the stock status. So we will just use the same field, and also for the product status, we're going to use the same fields as we did for the product or for the main product. So here you can see we have the stock status and also the status of that variant or the product. So let's do Shift Alt F to format the document, and now let's go to the system. And before we go there, this repeater, we can put other configurations here. For example, we can just say we should use the true number of columns. Then we can say default items, so default items why this is not defined. I guess I've missed something here. So the repeater is this one, it starts here. Oh yeah, we have put this one outside, so let's cut and put them here, and then these two should be applied here. Okay, so Shift Alt F. Okay, so now that makes sense, and now you can see this one is found. And after that, we need to say this can be collapsible, and then the item label, we can customize this one. So item label, we can say arrow function, and then you can say when you pass the array of state. Okay, here we can just say this can be type hinted to null string, and then you can say state, then name, and when it will be empty we can just put null. Okay, and then after that, add action label can be add variant, and then this can be reorderable. Basically you can just leave it that way. I believe that makes more sense. And then let's move this, and now we can just go back to the system on the browser, refresh. Yep, so we have the basic informations here, the product and inventory, I mean the pricing and inventory, and then we have the images, the product variants, as you can see. So here when you click add variants, so this should add a way to add the variants to this particular product. Yep, so you can see, so this will be the details of the variant. So you can add the name of the variant, the key and value, which will be the options. Basically we can just put these two to be on the same columns. So basically this one and this one, let me just remove this one, this column span on the name. And then down here where does this ends, it ends here, which is our section. So let's put the section to be column span full, and let's control the visibility of the variant field, so or variant tab. So we can just say when, let's put the get here. So when the field called as variance will be true, that's when this will be visible. So we need to make sure that we check this one and then this one will be shown. So if we refresh again, let's go to the variant, you see, so now it's not visible. If I check this one, okay, so it does not shows, I guess because this field is not live. So let's go back here and put that field to be live here. Let's put that one to be live. Okay, if we go back here, fresh variants, check, you see, so now it is visible. Add variant, you see, so now everything looks great. So here you can put the variant, here you can put the price, so key and value, which is will be the options for this particular variant. Okay, and then you can have the SKU here, which will be automatically generated. We have the price, compare price, stock value, and the stock status. Okay, so that is how easy you can just do that, and you can add multiple variants. So you can just click here and it will add another variant, so you can add another one and you can just add all of that, and then you can just remove any of the item if you want, similar way to these details. Okay, so now we have everything that we need, so we can just be able to create a new product. So for example, here we can create a new category, so we can just say fashion and apparels. The same to the brand, so we can just say, let's say this is a brand, and then let's give the product name, let's say white shoes. So here you can put the description. So let me just say test description. and then let's go to the pricing. So this one will be added automatically. So what we need to do is just to make sure that this one we can make that one to be defaulted to a certain value. So what you can do, let's go back to the price, and here you can just do the same thing as we did for the other one. So let's put our function, and then we can say SKU, then string to upper, random, and then we can just say 8 characters. Okay, so it will be this way. And then if we go back here, refresh. So let me just generate the details. This one is like shoes. Let's put the brand. Okay, let's go to the next field, which is this one. So you can see this has been populated automatically. So let's say the selling price, it will be $100. The compare price was 150. The cost price, let's say, was let's say 70. Okay, and then for stock quantity, we can just say now we have 100 pairs. Low stock threshold can be 20. It will be in stock. Then for weight, you can just say each of the pair. Let's put the weight of let's say 3 kgs. Okay, and then let's go to the images, and here you need to upload the images. So let me click here, and on the images, let me use the images which I've put here. Right, so let me just find the shoe. So let me just say this one. Okay, let me upload. That will be the first image. So upload the second image. See, so now we have the two images here. Now let's go to the product variants, as variants. Okay, so for now I'll just leave it this one. So I don't want to put the variant now. So this will be active and is featured on the search engine. I'll just leave it that way. So let me create. Yep, so you can see now the product has been created. And if you go back to the product table, you see, so this is how it looks like. So let's update the table, and then we can be done with the product. So let's update the product table. So let's go to the table, and here let me collapse that one. Okay, so on the table we're just going to have the following things. So the first one will be the column to show the images. So what we are going to do is to have a image like this one. See, so image column, import that, and then here we're going to say primary image dot image path. Okay, because the primary image we have defined it here, which is this one. So it will just check for is primary equals to true. Okay, so product table, so that is the one that we are going to use, and the default image URL should be this one. So you can just define the placeholder image if it happens that you don't have any image for that particular product. So the placeholder.png file, what we can do, we can just get any of these images. So let's try to can just use this one as a default image. So we can just copy it, and let's go to the application on the public. Then let's create a new folder or directory, or you can just use the command line here. So what you can do, you can just go to change directory, then public. Okay, so then here you can just say make directory, so that is a command, and then the name of the directory can be images. Okay, after that, let's go back here, and if I toggle this back, so on the public, now we have the folder called the images, and inside the images you can be able to paste that image. So let's go back here. On the desktop where I've saved the images, let me copy the image, and then let's paste on our images directory inside the application. So public images, and here we can just save it, and then we're going to rename it to placeholder dot, actually is a placeholder, so let's leave it that way. And this is a JPG, so make sure that this one is JPG. Okay, and after that, on the category and the other things, let's just leave it that way. We need to remove that. We need just to show the name, so we can just remove this. We can show the name, the SKU, and we can just show the category name. So basically the category ID that I've removed, so we just need to update that one to this way. So just put the name of the relationship, then the attribute name, and then you can just put these other things like it will be searchable, it can be badge and other things, the similar way to the brand. So if you want to show the brand of this product, so you can just do the same thing. So call the relationship, then the value, which is an attribute on this table. Okay, and then we have the price here, which you can just say, you can use this function called demand to show the currency, but that you can just put here the currency that you want if you want to specify it. Okay, so that will be the similar way to both of these. Okay, then we have the stock quantity, we have the which can be leave that way, but you can try to, let's say, put this one to be a badge. That will be nice to show the users. So if I refresh again, okay, so you can see we have the image, we have the name, SKU, the category and the brand, and we have the prices. Okay, we have the stock quantity, and let's update the rest. And then the stock status. So this low stock threshold, we can just remove it, and manage stock, leave it, and then the stock status, you can just put it there, which is already here, as you can see it. And then we need to see if this one is featured and also is active, so both of these will be fine. You see, is featured and is active. Then has variant, we can just remove that on both of these, so remove. Then the views count, that will be counted, and we can just put this one to be a badge too. Okay, so let's refresh again. Yep, So this is how it will look like. So this will be fine for our product. So after we've done everything on our product, now let's go to the orders. So let's start to update the orders filament resource. Okay, now let's go to the orders, and from here let's start to update the form. So this is our form, so let's update it to meet our requirements. So let's go to the code here, let's go to the orders, order resource. Yeah, so this is our order resource. So the first thing will be to change the icon. So I'll change this one to shopping cart. So after updating that one, already we have added this one as a title attribute, which will be used in global search here. Okay, so after that, if you refresh again, you should be able to see that icon changed. So you can see now it is like this, and then we need to have the navigation group for this particular model, resource. So let's update that group. So you see, so we have the group which is sales, and to make sure that the group is either a string, unit enum, or null. So that is what is accepted. So make sure you import here unit enum like this way. Okay, so after that, if you go back and refresh, see, so now we have a new group which is called the sales, which you can collapse it and expand it. Okay, so you can see, let's collapse these two. Okay, so now we have this sales, then we have orders. So from here, now let's update that. So let's go to the form here, and let's start to update this form. So the first thing that we need to update in this form is to use the section. So let's put section here, which is coming from Filament schema, and then make, and then the section is going to be order status, because we are not creating the orders through the admin side. So here it will be just for reading and updating statuses. So here we're going to have the schema, then let's put something like this, and then here we need to have the order status. So let's find the order status, which is this is status. So let's cut it from here and let's move it up here. Right, so this is how it will look like now. And then after that, let's make it to be not using the native, so native, then put false. Okay, and after that, yeah, you can put this one to have a label of saying order status. Okay, so it will be this way. And then after that, we need to add the tracking number. So the tracking number, where is it? It is down here. Cut it, and we are going to paste it down here. Right, and then after that, this tracking number, it will be that way, but you can add the helper text so that the user can know what will be here. So we can say helper text, and then you can put like shipping tracking number. Okay, and then after that, we need to have the payment status. So find the payment status, which is this one, then cut, then we are going to paste it down here. Right, so this is the payment status, but this one has options, and so this should not be text input, so it should be a select. And then let's make this one to have the options here. So let's put the options function, and inside it return an array, which we should say we have the pending, which should be corresponding to this pending, which will be used as a display text. And then we have paid. Here it is paid. Then we have failed. And after that, we have the refunded. So here it should be a small letter, okay, this way. Okay, so that will be for the, we need to make sure that these two use the native force this way. Okay, after that, we have the admin notes. So find the notes field, which is this one, cut it, and then let's paste it here. Okay, after that, all of these other fields, we can just remove them. As I've said, this page will only be for changing the status and updating the details, but it will not be for the admin to update anything. So after that, Shift Alt F to format the document. So now it will be easier to read the codes. Okay, so now the code, you can see it looks great. So now you can go back to the form here on the browser and then refresh. Yep, see, so this is how it will look like. So now on this section, we can make it to use 2 columns, but also we can make it to use the full column span, like this way. Let me squeeze these two. Okay, now let's refresh. Yeah, so you can see now this is how it will look like, and it looks great. So I guess everything that we need for this form is now here, because you can be able to update the order status, payment status, the tracking number that you can put here, and then the admin notes. Then let's go back to the table, where we're going to update the table so that we can have only the details that we need to have. So you can see now we have a lot of details here. So let's improve it a little bit. Okay, so here we have the order number, which actually should be searchable, but also should be sortable, because the user should be able to sort based on that field. But also you can say the weight of this field should be bold. Okay, which will control just the font weight actually. And then you can put this one to be copyable, means the user can be able to copy the order number of this particular order, right? So to allow that, you should be able to use this function. So you can put here true, but the true will be added automatically, means it is a default value for this field, as you can see here. So the condition is true. But if you put false, so means the user will not be able to copy it. Okay, and then after that, we have the customer name. So here we should be able to show the customer then name, because we use the dot notation to get the value from this relationship, which is called the customer. So if we are on the orders table, means there we have the customer's relationship between the order and the customer's table. Okay, so this is how you're going to show that details, but it will not be numeric field again. So we just need to say this can be searchable. Okay, instead of it being numeric, so we need to make it searchable. And then after that, we need to make sure that if user clicks on this particular customer, they can be able to see their edit form. So what you can do, you can just use the URL function, okay, like this way, and then the arrow function. Then inside here, we need to pass the record, means we need to get the record of the currently selected user on the list, and then we need to say record, then customer. Okay, if that customer exists, what we can do, we can go to the customer resource. Okay, and then from customer resource, we can use this function called the get URL, and from here we need to pass the URL of either view page or edit page, depending on if you are using the edit page or view page. Because we didn't have the view page for this customers, if you can see from here, we don't have the view page, so obviously we should go to edit page. That's why here you see I passed the edit page. And then after that, if it happens that the customer, it does not exist here, and basically here there is one parameter that we should pass so that we can get the current customer. So we should say record then custom. Okay, after that, if it happens that this customer is not available on the record, so we are just going to say the following, because this one is acting as a if else. So it will just do, if this exists, it will just render this one. But if this one is false, so it will go here and render the following value, which is this one. So this acts as if else. Okay, so that is the simplest way of doing that conditional rendering or conditional statements. Okay, so this is easier, and this is the simplest way you can generate or you can get the URL from any Filament resource. Okay, after that we need to make sure that, let's say, this color of this one, for example, you can say color, you can put something like primary. Okay, and let's try to remove some of the fields that we don't need here. For example, the subtotal, we can just remove it. Then we can just remove these shipping details. For example, these details, we can just remove them. And then the subtotal, we can remove it. Discount, you can just leave it that way. Like shipping cost, we can just remove this, you know. We just want to show some of the details, and if the user want to see other details, they can just open the particular order. So here we can just remove this one, and we can leave the payment status, which we can make this one to use the badge, and also transaction ID. I guess we can just remove that one, transaction ID. Yeah, so the status, will use the status. Then a tracking number, yeah, we can just leave it that way. And we can say this also can be trueable, and then we can make this one to be copyable. Yeah, so that's fine. And then we have the total, the items count, and to show the items count here is quite simple. So what you can do is just something like this one. For example, we can just copy paste this field, and then we can put here the items count on this particular order. And then here we use the relationships. So we are going to use this function called counts, and then inside it we need to pass the relationship. So the relationship that we are going to use is called the items, because that is the relationship that we have from the model, which is orders model. So if you go to the order items should be defined in that relationship, which is called the items. So this is what I was trying to mention. So this is the one that we are using. Okay, and then after that let's continue with updating this table. So that is what we are going to use there, and then we can put the color for this badge to be info, for example. And then after that we need to make sure that the total, this use the money, and you can just put the currency, which we can use the USD. Okay, and then after that you can just put here the color. For example, you can say the color for this one can be success, and yeah, so that makes more sense. And also you can just control the font weight to be bold. Okay, so now if you go back here and refresh, yeah, so now we have these items, means the details. So this one we are going to see the details when we start to build the front end side, where we will see how the customers will start to make their orders. Okay, so this is done now. Let's go to the coupons resource, and then let's update that one. Yeah, but I think before we go there, we can add here the filters, and if not the filters, basically it is important to have the way to view the orders. So here we can just add the view action. So just add view action, then make. So this, because we don't have the view page, so what will happen, Filament PHP will create the model, which will be a read-only page. So it will just be a model that will pop up, and then that model will show the details of this particular order form. So it will just show them in this form, but it will be reading only. So that is one thing that was important. But also we can add some of the filters here. For example, we can add a filter to filter by status. So what you can do, you can just say select filter, okay, and then make. So here it will be status. For example, we want to filter by status, and then the options that we're gonna have on the filter, we can have the statuses that we have here on the form. Let's go to the form. So these are the options that we are going to use. So let me just copy up to here, and let's go back here. Let's replace this one, remove the default. We can say they can be able to select multiple statuses, okay, like that way. And then after that, we can add another payment status. So what you can do is just to copy the payment status from here. So let's copy this one up to here, and then we are going to replace it and paste it here. And then we are going to remove this one to be select filter, and then we don't need to have the required and also the default. So let's remove all of that. Shift Alt F to format, okay, and you will be able to use the Shift Alt to format if you already have the extension, which is called the Prettier. As you can see here, the Prettier is on. So just install the Prettier extension if you don't have one. So just search for Prettier, okay, here on the marketplace. You should be able to see that extension. So just download that extension, and then you should be able to use it. Okay, so let me collapse that one again. Okay, so now we have those two filters. So you can add more filters as you want. So for now, I guess these two will be very useful for just filtering the data here. Okay, so you can see that one is status. This will be the status, and then on the payment status, this will be the statuses that you can select from. Okay, and basically these two should not be the limit, so you can just add other more filters as you want. Okay, so after that, also we need only the new orders to appear on top. So for that means we need to make sure that the data or this table should be have the default sort. So here we need to have the default sort. So use this function which is called default sort, and then the column that you want to use. So we're going to use the created at, and then we need to specify the direction, which should be descending, so that we want to get the latest created orders to be on top, and then the older one will be below, okay, or on the bottom. So that will be a good way of doing this one, okay. After that, I guess this should also be updated on the product model. So product resource, let's go to the product resource, product table, and let's update that here. Yeah, so that way. Okay, so after that, now let's go to the coupons. Let's do it very quickly. So on the coupons, let's start with the form. So this is the coupon form. So let's go to the code. Just close these resources. Now let's go to the coupon resource. So here the icon can be ticket. Okay, now if we go back here, refresh, you see, so now this has been updated. Now the group for this one should be the cells, so we should be able to reuse the one we use for the orders. Okay, so let's just no, not that one. Let's go to the order resource. So let's copy this one and then paste it on this one. Then make sure you use unit enum that way. Okay, so now we should be able to see this on the same group as the orders. So if you go back and refresh, it should come here. Yep, you see. So now we have the two, and then let's update the form for the coupon. So let's go to the code, navigate to form, and from here we need to have the section as we did before. So section from schema, and then make, then this should be coupon information, make it the schema, and then let's put the column span to be full, and then the columns to be 2. Okay, after that here we need to put the code for the coupon. So let's cut this one, paste it here. Okay, there is small changes that we need to put. So the first one, we need to make sure that this field will be unique. Okay, then we should ignore the current record, so this should be true. And then we need to make this field to be live, because we want to update the coupon code that will be entered to be transformed from lowercase to uppercase. So we're going to use the after state updated function, and from here we need to pass the arrow function, and then what you can do is just to pass the state here, so the current state of the field, and then the callable setter function, set. Okay, and then from here we can say set, then the field code, which is the same field. Then we want to update the data to string to upper, and then we need to pass the current state of that field. So means this will be live, but we may need to make this to be happening only on a blur. Okay, then it's true. So means when the field will lose the focus, that's when we are going to update the data. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is like this way. If I go back and refresh, so here you see you can put the code So for example, if I put the code which is in small letters, for example, code 1, 2, 3, and then if I click outside, you see, so this should be updated to string upper, so to capital letters, as you can see. So that is why we use this live. And so when you use the live, so means this function will be able to operate. But if you don't put this one, this function will not be created, or it will not be called. Okay, so this is how we are changing the string to upper. Okay, after that, we need to control the type of coupon, so the type of percentage or flat amount. So here we need just to cut this one to here, right? And these are the options that we have. We have the fixed and the percentage. And what we are going to do is to make this field to be live, because it is going to help us to track the value, or to put the SI unit for that value. And then on the value field, which is this one, so let me just cut it and paste it here. So on the value here, we need to make sure that it has the following configurations. So the first thing will be required, which is there. Then we can put the minimum value for this field, so that the user will not put 0 here. So then we need to say the prefix for this field will be controlled from here. So let's say callable get. Then we're going to say get the field which is type. So this is the getter method which get the value of the type field here, right? And then after that, if the type of this field equals to fixed, means we need to put the prefix to $, otherwise we need to put this one to null. Okay, so as I've mentioned before, this acts as if else. Okay, so if that value is fixed, so we need to render this as a prefix, but if it's not fixed, so we need to put this one to null. Okay, so the vice versa is true for suffix. So here we're going to say suffix. Okay, and then for the suffix, we're going to say if the type equals to percentage, then we should put the suffix as this percentage symbol. And then if it is not percentage, means we need to put it to null. Okay, so when we are using the prefix and the suffix, so the prefix will appear in front or before the value, and then in suffix it will appear at the end after the value. So it will be something like this. So let me just refresh again. So currently you can see, so it is in suffix, but if we change this one to fixed, you should be able to see that this changes to prefix. So that is what we are trying to control here. Okay, so I guess that makes sense now. And then after that, you can just add another things that you want. For example, you can control how the labels for these two can change, but for now just leave it that way. And then now let's put there the status for if that coupon is active or not. So here on the active, you can just put here the label to make it easier for your users to read. So instead of is active, we can just put here active. Okay, and then after that, we need to have another section down here. So put section, make, then this is conditions and limits. Okay, so this will be the ones that control our coupons. So now let's make this to have the schema, which passes the array, and then from here we need to have the minimum and maximum discount details. So I guess up to here, let's cut them and put them here. Okay, then let's start to update one by one. So on this minimum order value, so we need to put this one, let's say we need to put the prefix here, and then we can put the $sign, and then we can put the minimum value, which is 0, and then this will only be visible, so it will be only visible when the type equals to percentage. So what we're going to do here is pass the callable and then get, then we can say if the type field will be equals to percentage, that's when this field will be visible. So this will be for minimum order value. Oh, I guess this one is, I've mixed up with this one and with this one. So this one should be for the maximum discount, this one. Okay, so for this one changes or configurations will be enough for it. So for this one we can just have the minimum and the prefix for this maximum discount, okay, like this way, and then that's when we are going to control these values here, so the visibility of the maximum discount field. And then for the usage limit, similar way, we need to control the minimum value, which should be 0, or you can just put 1, okay, because this is a usage limit. Actually it should start, let's say, from 1, okay, so that the user can have at least 1 usage of that coupon, okay. And then on the usage limit per customer, here also we can just put 1 minimum value. Let me close that one, paste it here, right? So that will be the value there, okay. And then after that we need to put the last section, which will be validity period. So here we need to put the label, the schema, an array, and then inside it we're just going to have the start at and the expires at. So cut them, paste them here, all right. And then after that we can just update this one to not use the native way. So configure it by saying native, then inside put the false, okay. So here you can put the helper text for your users. You can say when the coupon becomes active, so you can just leave it empty for immediate start, okay. And then after that we need also to put the same thing here on the expires at, okay. And this is date time picker, so it will allow your users to select the date and time at the same field, okay. After that, now let's go back here, refresh. Yep, so this is how it will look like. So here you're going to have the fields for the coupon. You can put the code, type, value, then it is active or not. Then here you can control the conditions like the limits and then the validity of your coupons, okay. After that, now let's update the table for the coupons. So make it quickly. So let's go back to the coupons. Let's update this one very fast so that we can continue with other things. So let's go back here. coupon stable, and right here we have the other details. So from here, let's update the following things. So the first one, which is code, we can just put this one to be sortable. We can make this one to be copyable so that the user will be able to copy it. And then for the weight, which is controls the font weight, we can use the bold. Okay, and then after that, let's go back here, use the Shift Alt F to format the code so that it will look right, and then let's go back here. Okay, and now we need to have the type. Then on the type here, what we can do, we can just control the color of data. So you can just use colors, and then you can put something like this. Then you can say for fixed, this can be success. Make this one inside the single quotes, and then for percentage, this can be info. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. Now for the value, what we can do, here we can just say label, which should be the discount. Then we want to format the state using, then here we need to pass the arrow function, then we need to pass the record, and then let me squeeze it down here. Then we can say from the record we want to get the type data, and then check if that value equals to percentage. Then what we are going to do, I want to make this to look a little bit great, so let's do this, record value, then percentage. Okay, else we want to show the $sign, then number format, then we want to format the value, then we need to have the 2 decimal places here, right? So what is happening here, we're just formatting the value, because this value can contain the percentage values and also can contain the fixed values. So for the fixed values, we want to make sure that we format this one according to number, and we should make it to look like this is a flat discount, but when it is in percentage, so we need to make sure that we use the percentage symbol here on the suffix. Okay, so that is like we are trying to show it in a more user friendly. And then for the weight, we can just use the bold. All right, so let me squeeze this one, and then after that, for the minimum order, which is this one, so we can just put the label to minimum order, and then this one can be money. This should not be orders, it should be order, which means the value of the order. Okay, and then here you can put the currency to USD, and then you have the usage limit. So let me remove this one. Then we have the usage limit, which it will be that way, and then this one can be pluggable, And then we have the usage count, like we want to track how many times this coupon has already been used. So let's put here usage count, which we are going to count this one from the relationship called usages. Okay, then label should be used. Okay, and then the color of this one can be warning. Yeah, this way. And then start search, this one we can also remove it. Starts at, and which we can put this one label to active now. This should be placeholder. You can use the placeholder. Okay. Yeah, and make sure that this is a date time field, similar way to this one. And then for the expires at, here you can just control the color of this expires at, so that we can just be able to show that this is already expired. So what we can do, we can just control the color by using the color function, and then control it by using the state. So by getting the current state of the field, so we can say state, and if state is passed, okay, so if it is passed, then the color, which is this one, can be danger, else it can be gray. Okay, that way. So we have everything that we need. And then for the filters, we need to have the filters for, let's say, is active or not, and then we can have another one for the type. So for the type, let me just copy it from here, which is this one. So let me copy it up to here. Which this one should be selective filter. And then after that, make sure that this one is not native. So native false. Okay, and then after that, we need to have another one for ternary filter, then make, which is active. So this is the column that we have it, and then we can say the label. This one can be status. Then this is a boolean. Then the true label should be active only, and for the false label, this can be inactive only. Then make this one to not use the native, false. So those will be the filters, and then we can also use the default sort to sort our data based on the created at, then descending. Okay, so that's all that we are going to do on the coupon table. So now if you go back here, refresh, yeah, so this is how it looks like. So now let's finish up with the reviews, and then after that we're going to finish up with the dashboard, and then after that we are going to start to build the front end side. So let's update this one very quickly. You see, so this is one for the reviews. So let's go to the review resource, reviews resource, which is this one. So let's update that one very quickly. So the first thing will be to update the icon, which we can put here the star, all right? And then for the group, we can use the customer management. So we can use this one, then make sure that you use the Unity enum, okay, because this depends on that one. And then after that, if you go back here and refresh, now we should be able to see this on the new group, which is customer management, and here is where you should be able to see it. So now you can see the icon is in star, okay? So let me collapse that one. So this is the form. Let's update that one very quickly. So let's go to the form, and here on the form, we're just going to update the status. That is the only thing that we need to do. So I just remove it from here, and the admin will have the section here on the schema, which we'll call it moderation. Let's put the schema. In it, we're going to pass this field, Shift Alt F to format the document, and then after that, we can update the label for this one. For example, we can put the label and say approve review, and then the helper text, you can say approve the reviews will be visible on product page, okay, because all the approved ones will be visible on the products, as we have seen on the demo. So we are going to see on how you can show those reviews, okay? So for now, we have these details. So let's go to the table and update the table so that we can be able to show the details as we expected. So let's go to the table, which is this one, open that, and here we have the product ID, which you eventually should change that one to product, then get name, because this will be the relationship, and then we use the dot format to get the value from that object. And then the similar thing that we did, this one should be searchable. Then when the user click on this one, we should have the URL that should be opened. So you can just use the arrow function here, then record. Then what you should do is product resource, then get URL, and then after that, pass here the record product, okay. After that, you can also put here the weight, so for font weight, then this can also be bold, okay, so that will be the product name. And then for the customer, the similar things. So what we are going to do is just copy pasting this one. So this should be customer, and this one should be customer resource, okay, and then the similar thing, and here it should be customer. So that's how easy you can just do those two. And then we have the rating. So let me remove the order ID. So the rating, this one, you can just format the state of this field. For example, you can say format state using, then we can have the arrow function here, pass the current state of the field, and then what you can do is just to use the string. And this is important because this is the simplest way that you can try to show the ratings, because we want to show the stars depending on how they were rated. So to control that thing, PHP gives you this function which is called the string repeat, which will help you to repeat a certain string that you will pass it here, and it will be repeated on the times that you will pass here. Okay, so for example, if you put, let's say, yes here, and then you put here, let's say 3, so this text will be repeated 3 times. So this will be helpful to show the star. For example, here we can put the star. So to put the star here means you just need to put here the just a normal image, so you can use the image. So to get the image on your Windows machine, you should click or hold the Windows, then you click the full stop this way, you see, so it shows this emoji picker. So you see here, this is how you are going to get it. So just click Windows, then full stop, okay, and then after all the dot. So when you just open that one, so here you can just search for the star, so search for star, and here is the star. So let me click that one, and here you can see I have the star on my function. Okay, so this will be the string that will be repeated here, but we want it to be repeated based on the current rating times. Okay, so here we're just going to pass the state. Okay, so that's how easy we just formatted that field. So after that, now let's update the color to make sure that this uses the warning color. And then after that, we have the title, which is this one, and we can just limit that one because the title may be a little bit long, so we can limit to 50 characters. And then after that, we have the comment for this reviews. So what you can do, you can just do something like comment field. So let me just copy paste this one. And then we can limit it a similar way, but we can just make this one can be wrap. Means when we are doing the wrapping, means if it exceeds a certain details or a certain number of characters, we can just wrap it up. So you can just put the limit here. So I can just put something like, instead of just 50, I can put a little bit longer, like 100, so that if it will be the space for it to be shown, if it is already end, so it will just go to the next line by using this function called the wrap. Okay, and then after that, we have is verified purchase. So this will just leave it that way. We have is approved, so let's leave it that way. Okay, the created art and the updated art, you can just leave it in that similar way. And then on the filters, here we can have the ternary filter for is approved and is verified purchases. So here we can have those filters like this way. So let me import this one. Okay, so this is how it will look. So is approved, which is this one. Already we have did this something like this before, so it's just a matter of updating your code to match these changes that I'm showing you here. Okay, and then after that, we have the we need to add the action to approve and disapprove these reviews. So here, after edit or before edit, I guess that makes more sense. So before edit, here we can have the action, which is a filament action, and then make an action which is called the approved, and then we can put the icon, which we can use hero icon, then check circle, and then we can just say the color for this one can be success, then the action that we're going to perform, let's call the arrow function here, say record, and then we can say record, then call the update function, then inside it we are going to approve this field which is called is approved, then we are going to set it to true. Okay, and then after that we need to make sure that this is only visible when record is not approved. Okay, so when the record is not approved, that's when this one will be visible, so that function, that the action will be visible. But you can also add this condition, like it should require confirmation, so that it can show the model to ask the user if they are sure about what the action that they should take. Okay, and then after that we need to have the vice versa for approve, then for disapprove. So what we can do is just copy paste this one, and this one should be reject. Okay, and this one should be not check. Here you can put just cross, and then after that this one should be danger. All right, and this should be changing it to false, not true, and then this should be visible when this is approved. Okay, so just remove that one. So this is how it will look like, and you can also add these actions on the bulky action. So I'll leave that one as an exercise to you to try yourself. So here add the bulk approve and reject actions. Okay, so you'll do that on your own. So then let me format the document. So Shift Alt F. Okay, so now the document has been formatted successful. Now let's go back to the page, then refresh. So this is how it will look like on the form. Then if you go back to the table, yeah, so this is how it looks like. So now we don't have any review, so currently we may not be able to see those actions and everything that we've added. So first let's go back to the dashboard, and we need to add the required widgets so that we can be able to show the details as expected. So the first thing will be to create the widgets. So let me start by creating the first widget, which will be for stats. Okay, so let's open the terminal, and from here let's run this command, create a new filament widget. So php @sun make filament resource, widget, and then you click enter. And here we should be asked what is the widget name. So provide the name of the widget, which I'm going to call it stats overview, and which type of widget would you like to create. So here it will give you the different options. So I'll select the stats overview, and then it will ask you if you want to create this one on the panel. We are going to say yes, and then if you would like to create this one on a specific resource, so here it should be no. So after that, the new widget will be created, and this widget will be available here on the app filament, then widgets, then you will find the file that has been created. So let me collapse that one. So here is our widget, which extends the stats overview widget. Okay, so from here we need to add the following things. So if you go back to the filament documentation here, and you go to the widgets, stats overview widgets, So you can see this is a way of creating. So you can just put these flags to add the stats overview directory, but this is how you should be able to show the widgets. So you need to have the start, and then from the start you have to put the label or the text, and then you have to put the value for that stats. So here what I can do is just to put the stats, and then after that, if we go back to the application and go back to the dashboard, and if we refresh, we should be able to see that widget here. See, so it is doing the res loading, and you can see now the stats are shown here. So what we're going to do here is just to update these stats. We are going to have the 4 stats. So the first one will be the total revenue, okay, which we are going to have the value that we are going to create here. Then we are going to have the description, which we are going to say today we will make a certain amount, let's say $20, and then we have the description icon, which is going to be, let's say, hero icon, arrow, trending, up, and here let's remove this one. Yeah, it should be this way. And then after that, another thing that we need to add is the color. So you can add the color and say this should be success. Okay, so now if you go back here on this page, and you should be able to see this data, because the widgets stats, they are always doing the res loading, and they are doing the polling to pull this data from the database. So you can just disable, or for example, you can disable the res loading here, and if you want to disable the polling, so what you can do, we can just go back here on the getting started, and there is widgets here. There is a way that we can stop the polling, so just search for it here. Yeah, you can just go here, so it is on widget stats, and here you can see this is the polling. So you can just update the number of seconds that you can use on polling, or you can just disable it completely by using this one. So for example, for live polling, you can update that one. Instead of polling every second, so you can put this one, and then it will be polling after every 10 seconds to update these values. Okay, so after that, let's update the second stat, which will be this one. So this one will be total orders, which we will put here the value later on. Now let's update the description. So on the description, we are going to have a certain amount, and then we are going to say this will be, let's say, pending orders. Right, so this should be pending, and here we will put the number of pending orders. So for now, let's leave it that way, and then description icon. So this one will be, let me just copy paste this one, then we'll update from here. So let me copy up to here and then paste here. After that, this one will be shopping cart. Okay, and then we'll have the color, which will be warning. and then we're going to have the URL. So here we are going to generate the URL for the let's say when you want to visit the resources, which will be like orders resource. So what you can do, you can just put here orders resource, order resource, okay, and then here we can just say get URL, and then we need to redirect to the orders listing. So here you pass the index field or the index page, okay, and then after that if you go back here, right here, let me refresh this one. So this one gives us some error, so it says the route not found. Okay, so basically here this will not accept because this does not give the name directly. So the simplest way that we can do here is just to use a simple URL. So we can just say filament and then .admin, because this is very critical. You need to make sure that the ID of the admin panel that you are using, or the panel name that you have passed here as the ID, should be the same as the one that you use to generate the URLs. So here I'll put the name of the panel, then I'll say resources, then I'll say the name of resource, which is orders, and then the page will be index. So now if we go back here and refresh, yep, you see, so now if I hover this one, you see the pointer now is in the cursor now is in pointer, and if I go to this one, you see, so it is changing. So means now this is working. So if I click this one, I should be redirected to the orders page. Okay, so that's what I was supposed to do. So now let's go back here. We've already updated the orders. Now let's update this one, which will be the total customers, right, which will give the value here in a minute. And then now we have the description, which is product. This is not a product. Here we'll put the value at a time, and then this will say new this month. Okay, so we are going to put here the value of the let's say new customers, like 20 new customers this month, and then we're going to have the description icon, which will be user. So let me just copy paste it. All right, and then after that we're going to have the color, which is info. The same for the URL. Let me copy this one and then paste it down here, and then this one will be on customers, and then after that let's update the last one, which will be for low stock alert. Okay, then description, products running low, then the description icon. So this one will be this one for exclamation. So it will be exclamation triangle, and then after that we're going to have the color, which will be danger, and then the URL will be filament resources, admin dot resources dot products dot index. Okay, so that will be the page that we want to redirect our user. Right, now refresh. Yep, you see, so this will be redirecting you to the customers, and this one will direct you to the index page. So if I click this one, oh, I guess I've missed something here. Let's go back. Filament admin resources, then products, then index. Okay, so this gives us the error because we didn't put here the function route. So just put it there, and then let's cut this one, paste it inside here. So this will work just fine. Let's go back, refresh, and now if you click here, you should be redirected to the products page like this one. Okay, so this is actually working fine. So let's go back here. So the stats, let's update these values to put the real data. So let's go back here. So to generate basically the total revenue, so we are going to do the following. So up here, I'm going to say total revenue should be equal to order, then where the status or the payment status, equals to paid, then we want to sum the value of total. Okay, so import the model, and then that will be the value that we are going to show here. So total revenue. So now if we go back here and if you refresh, so now we should be able to see 0 here because we don't have any orders currently. Then on today's order, to get the today's order, you just need to do the following: create a total, we can just say today revenue will be equals to order where payment status equals to paid, but then we want to put a where here created at equals to day. Okay, this way. Then we sum the total. Okay, so means this where basically this should be where date, not where year, where date. So that makes more sense. So where date, and then we check for the created at, and then it should be on the today's instance. Okay, so let's copy this one, and it should be populated here. But now we should not show it directly from here. So what you can do is just to say today, then $, then we are going to concatenate this one with this value. Okay, so when we concatenate it here, now it should be able to show the value here. Refresh. Yeah, you see, so it will be like this way. After that, now let's update the second one, which we will basically, you can just format these values a little bit. So let me put the the brackets, and then number format. Then you can put here the number of decimal places to be 2, and this is important because sometimes you may find the value that you get here is having the more number of decimal places, so it's crucial to add this or to control the number of decimal places. Okay, after that we have the value for total orders. So let's create here the total orders. So total orders will be equals to orders, then just count. Already we have the total, and then we need to get the pending orders, which should be order where the status equals to pending, then count. So now we can update these values. So the total orders here, it should be total orders, and then for the pending here we can just say we can start this way. So we can say pending orders, then concatenate it with the pending value. So here you can leave a space so that you can format it well, and then after that we need to get the total number of customers here. So to get the total number of customers, you can just say total customers, which should be equals to customer count. Import this model, and then after that we have new customers this month, which will be equals to customer, then where month equals to created at now, then get the month this way. Okay, and then we can say where year equals to created at, then now, then get the year. Okay, this way. Then we need to count like this way. So we have the total customers, which we are going to update this one. So let me put the space between these, or I can just Shift Alt F to make them look a little bit great. So here the total number of customers, we can just replace this one with total number of customers, and then the customers this month, so we can just remove this one, and then here you can just say total new customers this month, which is this one, then you concatenate it with this text and it will look like this way. And then we have the product running row, which we can just show the value here. So to get the value of product that you are running row, so we can just say row stock products will be equals to product, which is our model, and then you can just say row stock, because we have that scope, which is a local scope that already we defined on the product model. Then we can just count, and then this will be the value that should be passed here. Okay, that way. So now if you go back here, refresh, now we should be able to see zeros everywhere. where. So this was for the stats. So now the next widget that we need to create will be the one for revenue. So this will be the revenue chart, which will be showing the trend of our revenues. So let me just close both of these, and now let's create again the filament widget. And here currently we are going to create the one for revenue chart, and this one should be the chart, then yes, no, and then the type of chart will be line. Okay, now let's open this widget and let's update it here. But because in order for us to be able to show the details that we need on this particular chart widget, so let's use this package, which is called the Laravel trend, which is this one. So let me just open it, and down here you should be able to see the command for installation. So let me just copy that command, and then I'll go back on the terminal and run it. So just click enter, and this will start to require this package, and it will update the composer.json so that this will be required on your project. So the package is now installed successful. So now it is time to just utilize it here so that we can be able to create the chart application or the chart widget as we expect. So the first thing that we need to do here is just to define the data. So before we go here we can just define the data. So say data, and then this should come from trend, and this trend that I'm getting, it is coming from this package that we've added, which is a 4-frame trend. So let me just click enter, and this will just import this one automatically, and then I'll say model, and then from the model we're going to pass the model, which is order, and then say class. Okay, after that we are going to say the order between, then inside this we're going to say start. Okay, then match, then the expression should be active filter. So let me just define this active filter up here. So active filter should be equals to this, then filter. So means we need to have the filter here that we are going to use to filter our data. So let's define it public string, then filter, and by default this should be a week. Okay, so this will be the filter that will be referenced here, it will be assigned here, and then it will be the one that used as a matching expression. And then from here we can just say if it v equals to week, we need to say now, then sub week. Okay, if it will be equals to month, we need to say now, then sub month. Similar way to the year, so this should be sub year, and this one should be year, like that way. And then here we need to say end, then on end it should be now. Okay, then terminate this one, and before you terminate it you can add more things here. For example, we can say this should be per week, and then we can just sum the total. Okay, so that will be the data that will be shown here. So for example, if I dump the data See, so let's go back here, refresh. So this will be the values that you will see. So we have two values on this array, and you can see we have the date and we have the aggregated value. So this will be the value for the sum that we get here. Okay, so now we have the data. So the next step will be to return those data here. So we are going to return the data in a data set, and then we're going to say we're going to return an array of this data set, then another array inside it, which will call the label, which will say revenue, and another one will be for data, which will call the data. Then we're going to map the data to, then we're going to say trend value will be equals to value. Then we're going to say value, then we get the aggregate, okay, this way. And then already we have that, so let's go back here, and we are going to have the labels. So on the labels we are going to have data, then map, arrow function, then the trend value, and then inside here we're going to say value, then date. Okay, as we have seen here, we have those two. So we have the date and the aggregate. Okay, so here we show the date, which will be acting as labels, and then the data will be the aggregates. Okay, and then after that, down here we have the type. So already we've said the type should be line, and then down here we need to define the function get filters, okay, which should return an array or that null, and then inside here we should return array, and then here we can say week will be corresponding to last week, then month should be last month, this one should be last year, yeah, so it will be this way. So now if I go back here, refresh, so now you can see the chart is on top of the stats. So I want to swap these two. So to swap them, we need to introduce another thing which is called the sort. So here we're just going to define the protected attribute or property, which is called the int sort. So put it the $sign here, and then this should be equals, let's say, because I want this one to be below the stats, so this one will be on index of we can put it on index of 2, I guess. Let me just go back to the one for the stats, and let me copy this one. So for the index, this one should be 0. so that it can be above this one. See, and then because I'm going to add another widget here, so that another widget will be for chart, it will be the table, so that one will be the first one. So this will be the first one, which means the index of 0, so it will act as 1, and then the other one will act in 2, means it will be in index of 1, and then this one will be in index of 2. Okay, so which means it will be the widget number 3. So let's create the second, or the number 2's widget, which will be the table type of widget. So that widget will be the latest orders. So this is called the latest orders. So this one will be a table 1. No, then the model, let me just leave it, and then no. Okay, now let's create it. Open. Okay, so from here what you can do is just to pass the name of the model here on the query. So we can just say the model that we are going to use, it is called the order. Import it. Okay, and then on the columns, we need to just put some columns from the table that we have already defined. So I'll just copy them from the orders table, and then I'll paste them here. Okay, so you can see. Now let me import all classes. Yep, so you can see that here we have the order number, which we have this a way of generating the URLs. For the customer, same thing that we already done. So the status, we have already do this color thing. Already we defined the total and created the art. Then for the heading, you can put here the heading of this table. So means we can just do something like heading can be latest orders. Okay, so this one on sort, let me put this one to index of 1. Okay, now let's go back here, refresh. Yeah, so this will be side by side with this one, but if we want this one to take the full width, so we need to make this one to have a full column span width. So that property is already defined here on the on this widget section. So what you can do is just to use it here. So let me just show you how to use it. So you can just do protected int or string or array, then column span, then this should be full. Okay, now we go back, refresh. Yep, so you see, so now we have the stats, we have the latest orders, and then we have the chart down here. So you can just shift this if you want the chart to be first, then the latest orders. So this will be up to your needs. Okay, so now we have all the widgets that we need. So after we have already done this, on the next session where we will start to build the front end side, before we do that, I'll start by showing how you can start to export these products and categories to Excel or CSV files, and then I'll show you how you can import the data. For example, if you have the e-commerce system and already you have the products that you want to sell. So instead of just creating the new product one by one, so entering the product one by one, which will take a lot of time. So instead of doing that, you can have a powerful feature of Filament PHP, which is called the import and export. So these are inside the actions. So when you visit the actions, and here we have the import and export actions. So we are going to see each of these in details, and we are going to pass on these configurations that you can have, so that you can be able to import data and export your data into CSV or any format that you want. So for now, this will mark the end of our first episode. So the next episode will be basing on the things that I've mentioned. So we are going to finish up with the export and import of our products and categories, with the relationships and other things that we are going to do concerning with the relationships and everything. And then after that, we are going to focus on the front end side. So if you are new to the channel, consider to subscribe. So this is Code with SJM here, and by subscribing on this channel, that's the way that you are supporting me. And like the video, share it with your friends, and share it with your relatives. So see you on the next episode.